Hello and welcome to Shadowrun Roll4It. I'm your host, Enter. We have Shenry, we have Bentham, we have Splattercat, and we have Margaret Crone here today. We are going to be playing some Shadowrun Tabletop RPG, as we do every week at the same time over here at Roll4It. Yeah, last episode they kind of got a lot of information. They finished off a run involving taking out some as technology special forces team who are kind of embedded in a local population. They succeeded in taking them out using a lot of pizza and one pistol round, which admittedly was a gel round, right? Wasn't it, Gato?
It was gel round, yeah.
Yeah.
We get all of our tactical advice from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's the only reason. That's the only reason we get anything done.
They'd eat the pizza though before it arrived.
You know what this is going to result in? It's going to result in chat having a conversation about which turtle each of you are.
Well, I'm
no.
Michelangelo. It's fairly obvious. I'm
I feel like
Michelangelo.
it's not any of the turtles, though.
But yeah,
I don't think any of the turtles are stealthy, so I don't know where Bentham's going to fit in there.
True. So after that, they managed to find out a lot of information. They got themselves some decent loot that they stole off them. They managed to then sell a load of that loot. They managed to find out that they had some interesting crypto keys. They used the crypto keys to go into a database. They pulled out some information from the database and found out that apparently Jade's mother was being traded or something, and that there was a reference to Tag's wife. Oh. And so with that, we'll be picking off where we left off this week. Before that happens, though, Splat, would you like to talk about the Patreon and all the other cool things?
Yeah, so we have a Patreon right now that you can support the show through. It's pretty sweet. It allows us to give back to you for giving to us. And so it's reciprocity. You wash my hand, I will tenderly touch yours. You get MP3s of the VODs. Yeah, you get MP3s of the VODs. You get access to special after show episodes that we do here and there where we talk about the more interesting stuff that happens. You also get access to character sheets and things like that. At the moment, it's a little underutilized, but I'm trying to get back on it and make sure that we keep things on a rotation so that you're constantly getting fun stuff. Aside from that, we have Twitch bits and everything else going on. You can still subscribe to get access to like emoticons and things of that nature. But that's pretty much it. Pretty much it.
Yeah, you can totally go support us over on the Patreon and do all that cool stuff. Also, one of the big things is if you want to scream and shout about how awesome we are, go scream and shout on Twitter, go scream and shout on Reddit. Go, like, hit up your neighbor, change their homepage to our Twitter channel, whatever you got to do. You know, every time your friend leaves their phone there, just change their screensaver to, you know, our logo. That's cool.
Shit, I'm going to go post on the Reddit right now. I'll be like, hey, come watch the show, or else.
You got to add the word chummer to the end of that.
You like Shadowrun.
The Reddit really like the word chummer. You got to chuck it on. Cool.
Chummer. Hoy.
But yeah, so without further ado, I don't think there's anything else. We're actually going to be diving straight in tonight. So after your last run, you have a few weeks before another important run comes up. By this, a few weeks, I assume you do the small odd job. They tend to be very simple milk run type things, just things to pay the bills. Little bits of jobs here and there, nothing super, like, amazing. So if you can all just roll me 1d6 to see how well your time in between goes.
Who's going to lose all their money gambling?
I know. Who's going to develop alcoholism and die? I'm going to roll a 1, and he's going to be like, you drank 1 beer this weekend.
Baby.
You're now an alcoholic.
2.
No.
Are you going to AA classes?
Got my
Okay,
little
so
poker
Jade
chip.
gets a 3, Gatto gets a 2.
We're gonna do the
I don't
bloody
even want to
commands.
know. Yeah!
There we go. Oh god.
Deadbot got a 1.
Oh no.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh
Your
dear.
house lights on fire. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
And Tag
my
got
bloody
a
house.
6.
If I got a 6, how many times did I get priest laid over the weekend? Like, it's been like, how long? It's got to be...
Oh my
I don't know.
gosh.
Do you pluck from the congregation? How do we make this work? Because I got a
I think
6.
it's called banged in... No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, hey, we got confessional booths. You got to do what you got to do with your private space. People
That's
think it's weird
hard.
sometimes when they come in to confess and we've got zebra pillows and all kinds of stuff in there, but they figure it out.
Oh,
Anyway, so...
why?
Oh dear. It took us how long did it take? It didn't even get to 10 minutes. It went downhill at 8 minutes.
He
That's
doesn't
how
wanna-
pro we are.
But he's willing. So it's like it's a mutual thing, though. It's not like it's
Yeah, I need help.
Right. okay.
I mean, I think
can't
we can
just-
all
I
agree
can't-
on that part.
I can't tank the show myself. I need other people to jump in and add fuel to the fire. Like, I can only do so much by myself.
Okay, so Jade, you end up just doing your normal DJ job for, I think there is 3 weeks of downtime, which means a month will pass, so you will get paid for the month. In addition, you end up managing to earn from just small side jobs, just picking some information out of servers that people sort of contract you to do. There's nothing super like scary or ominous happens, nothing particularly crazy. You do gain 1,200 Noyen. Gatto, similarly, you do a few jobs here and there, mostly a little bit of spying work with your drones and a little bit of driving wheelman work. You get 1,000 Noyen yourself. Tag.
Nice.
Your time actually goes really, really well. You get 1,800 Noyen, and in addition, let me pull up your character sheet a second.
You gain 15 stats randomly.
You end up
assigned.
working for Zlata, doing a mission in kind of payback for...
Excuse me. He's working for Zlata.
You know,
I
in
see.
the
Don't
first
pay
mission,
well.
you stole a
I
comlink.
assume she gets some interesting clients in there, but I don't know if any of them want tag.
But in the first mission, you did take a comlink from her that you intended to return. You never returned it, which ended up with her in a bit of hot water. So you end up going and you end up doing a little bit of work, just sorting out a few unruly clients and doing a little bit of magical protection for the place because they do need their barriers to be replaced now and again. And with that, you kind of end up stumbling into a blackmail scheme that someone was planning to blackmail her and had uncovered some information. You kindly sorted the issue, you got paid a reasonable amount, and her loyalty goes up by 1.
Very
Hey!
nice.
Deadbolt.
What wonderful things happened to me.
You end up trying to burgle a place, and it turns out to be a police sting operation. You very narrowly avoid getting caught by Lone Star. At one point, you have to leave part of your trousers on a barbed wire fence that you quickly scale, and you end up running basically with like half your trousers, half boxers, down the middle of the street in the night, and you quickly make it away. You do manage to make it away, but you end up having to go to ground for the time. You don't earn any money, and Lone Star will be on slightly higher alert looking for you for the next few weeks.
I'm curious to know, as he was running half trout, were there any videos of this? Was this on, the internet? Did people just notice this?
Luckily not. Otherwise, that would be even easier to find Deadbolt. As it is for now, it's just a slightly higher raised profile, and you got no money despite the fact the month has turned. So bear in mind that all of you have paid 1 month of rent if you haven't paid it in advance. With that, Gatto, you will need to make your standard addiction test because...
I need to make a button for this. Tell me how to do it.
Yeah.
How much is the rent for that apartment that I got?
Did you get a medium lifestyle?
Low. I
Low
think.
lifestyle. I think it would be $2,000. I might need to check though. Shadowrun book over here. It is.
Because I remember you told me I got an apartment, but we didn't figure out. I
Yeah,
didn't
it'll be the
ask
standard
much.
low lifestyle. I don't know if you have the rulebook in front of you at the time. I've got it here. I'm gonna try and flip through it, but I never know which page it is because they always put them in a different place. You'd think that your rent would be in the same area as shopping. It's not. Right, lifestyle.
2K for a shitty apartment. That's
kind of-
crazy.
I think it's like 2K,
London's
5K,
expensive.
10K, 100K. It's like the rankings. I'll find it in a sec. Yeah, so Shen, you need to do a test which is... I believe it is your body plus willpower, and then your logic plus willpower, and then both of them are +3 off the top of my head.
All right, body plus willpower first.
And EE, they're
you guys-
saying that it is page 369. If they're not trolling us.
That sounds like the equipment section. 369.
All right, 6 successes on the body plus willpower. What was the other one?
It's not 369. That is some drop-in locations. So how many did you get? Sorry, how many successes?
6.
Oh, wow, yeah, you totally passed part of the test, but because it's a psychological and a physiological, you have to roll a logic plus a willpower as well, +3.
Okay, so essentially on the character sheet, this is the poison drug test followed by the memory test. Got it.
Yeah, I guess so.
And 3.
With that, you manage to hold out against the cravings. You do, at some point during that time, have to take a little bit of jazz, but I will include that in your basic rent effectively since you made the test. You are not currently in withdrawal for this session.
Awesome.
Which is always a good thing to hear.
No longer a vegetable.
Jade, by the way, can I just check, what addiction do you have? Not addiction, sorry.
I don't have
Allergy.
an addiction. You mean my
Allergy.
negative stuffs?
Yeah.
I have an allergy. This is why she's always wearing gloves and stuff. She's allergic to plastic.
Okay, cool.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah. But it's not like
Curious,
a
though.
major allergy. It's like if it touches her, she's like irritated. And so I have a mild symptom, which is distracting and discomforting. So I apply -2 dice pool modifier to the character's physical test while under the effects of the allergy. So, and then I also have, do I want to say the other ones? Do you want?
No, that's
You don't
okay.
have to.
I just
Okay.
wanted to know the allergy because I couldn't find it on the sheet because I can never find the
Okay.
sheet stuff when I want to find it.
Okay. Like the other ones are kind of like, I think we've hinted at it, but unless someone subtly figured it out.
Lifestyle. Why are you so hard to find? 95. Yeah. So middle lifestyle. Low is $2,000. Yeah.
Oh, is it really?
Yep.
Damn, London. Shadowrun is expensive. But I guess it's probably because you can make money pretty easy. All right. So all the money that I got is gone.
There we go.
Yeah, tell me about it.
So
I thought I had cash. Let's go.
with that, you do end up like basically having a little bit of downtime to converse, etc., chat with each other, integrate Jade into the group if you so wish. But if you have an extended test that you were definitely wanting to run after the end of the last episode, feel free to shout them out now.
Yeah, I might bind a spirit later on, but I'm not gonna do it right now.
Okay. Jade, do you want to?
I just wanted to.
Oh, got it. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't want to do a same test myself, but I wanted to get in contact with Chinchilla, Mr. Peter Blake, and see if he could get back to us on any new information regarding Aztec operations in this area. Because I know he needs time to figure it out.
Okay. So when do you want to contact him during the 3 weeks? Repeatedly throughout?
Probably
or
once a week.
Once a week. Okay.
Just once a week. See what he's
So
up
can
to.
you roll me your charisma +3, and can you do that 3 times?
Got it. Got to go with the lowest stat.
Yeah. Okay, 4 hits. 2 hits. And 2 hits. Okay, so the first time you call him up after a week has gone by. What do you want? I've got work to do.
I know you're busy. I know you're trying to figure everything out. Curious if you have any
Yes,
more information on Aztec, though. The last group you had us deal with there, that was so helpful. Thank you so much for that.
No problem. Money to be made. No information as yet. Can't find any links between the group and anyone else. Looks like they were getting paid from black accounts. Can't find any more information. No information to be found.
Have you discovered anything else inside Peter's head?
My head? No, nothing inside my head.
Okay. I was under the impression that you had some deep hidden secrets that you were trying to discover about Mr. Peter or his dealings with the Black Ops from Aztec.
No secrets. No, nothing is hidden. Gatto,
Okay.
feel free to make a judge intentions test if you want.
Just one.
Okay. From what you can tell, he still seems pretty confused, but he does seem to be generally being vaguely truthful as far as he understands truthful in what he understands of his own memory. But he does
Fair
seem to be
enough.
vaguely truthful on that one. The other two
Well, I hope you're
attempts
getting
after
on
week
well.
2 and after week 3, by the way, you
I'm
can't
just
get hold of him.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll leave him a message just saying I hope he's getting on well. And if he has any more information, please contact us because we would like to work with him again.
Okay. Anyone else?
Things that we wanted to do during that time frame?
Yep.
Definitely.
Okay. Any searching?
Yeah, so I have 2 things. I have 2 searches that are continual. So that's the Peter Blake one and the Erica Campbell.
Sure.
And then also, I want to fix the comms that we got so I can set them up for the group. And then I think those are R6 ones. And then I also want to figure out more about that that run that has the ambush group that has my mom in it.
Okay, so there was a run that you discovered that happened against the Sea Dragon to recover some orichalcum, which was then ambushed at the meet by the ad technology team that you took down. The ad technology team tried to engage and take out the Kilts, who were the Shadowrun group. They managed to take out one of them. The rest managed to get away. And then separately, there was your mum, you found a video, you bought a video, of your mum effectively being apparently traded or given between 2 groups, one of which seemed to be a as technology group, and the other one were wearing masks, and you didn't seem to get any identifying information on them. So which part were you wanting to research on that?
Oh, okay. Other than those marks on their masks, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the one with my mom then, seeing if I can find more about that run. Because they're going to transfer her, right? And then they were going to...
Yeah, it looked like they were swapping her. Like, she was traded between the groups from what you could see on the footage. It seemed to be...
So I'm trying to figure out where they took her.
Okay. I mean, the footage itself seems to be sort of poorly lit from a very overhead light source. Probably some sort of big floodlight or something, but it seems to be very poorly lit, as in it was a distance away. The area around them seems to be some sort of tarmac, and looks like the footage was shot from a drone. Then you can see some sort of corrugated iron object blocking sort of the back view of the video, like some sort of big sheet of metal.
So it's like probably an airport or something?
That is quite possible. I mean, at some point, the drone does tilt, and you can see a little bit of the skyline. So if you wanted to, you could try and run a pattern recognition match for that.
Okay. I would like to do that.
Google reverse
which one
image
would you like me
search
to
go.
run for that? Sorry, go ahead. Someone else was talking.
I was just saying that's essentially what you do with Google reverse image search. It'll find something and you're like, yep, found it.
Yeah.
I think that would just be a standard matrix search.
Okay.
So if you want to use the extended test button down the bottom, actually, you should be able to, because of the amazing macro that they've added. Thank you very much to I can't remember the Reddit username, but the person who invents like the character sheet and the macro and stuff that we've now got, which is a script that you can have optionally added to your character sheet. It's amazing. You can hit the extended test button and then you can type in a test. So I think the macro is set up properly.
How many dice?
So your dice pool is a total of 4, 7, 2, and 2. So 15.
15.
And then you can set a minimum number of dice you want to go down to, because going down to like 1 or 2 is very dangerous because you can crit glitch really easily on that.
Okay.
And you can also set a number of successes.
That's my decorate stuff, right?
No. Effectively, that should do it automatically. There we go. Yeah, there you. So you rolled and you managed to stop resetting
That's not mine.
dice.
That's
That
Gato's.
was me.
Oh, that's
I was
Gatto.
just
Okay.
testing it.
I'm asking how do I figure out what my minimum dice pool size is? Is that my
you can choose. You can choose to just keep rolling until you run out of die, or you can say I'm happy when I get to like 2 die left in the dice pool, because you'll roll with 15 die, you'll discard one, you'll roll 14, you'll discard one, you'll roll 13, and you'll keep doing that. You can keep doing that till you run out of die. But if you have 1 or 2, the chances of crit glitching is very, very high, because if you 2 die, 1/1 is enough for a crit glitch if you don't get success on the other one. So you can be like, I'll stop at like 4 or something is normally a good choice.
What's the success limit? Do I just 99999?
That's the default. If you want to be like, I just want to aim for 10 successes and then I'm going to walk away, you could just type in 10. Or if you want to get as many as possible, just
This is
leave
like
it 999.
weird ass gambling. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's giving me anxiety.
Okay,
I did it.
so you were out of dice. So you did 3 tests with your 15 die. You got 3, 6, and then 4. So you got 13 successes. With that so far, you've managed to pin down that it actually looks like it's possibly a harbor. Judging from the skyline, it looks like a harbor. The buildings look vaguely in a European style. So it's somewhere on the European coast, probably northern Europe by the look of it. Beyond that, though, there's not a lot more information you can really pull out of it. You could keep searching if you want, or you can just call it there.
I think over the time period, she would definitely keep searching.
Okay. So you can easily do
so
that test again and just start with 12 dice in your dice pool, because you went down to 15, 14, 13.
Okay.
So you can keep searching with 12 dice.
Ooh.
Now 5 successes. You managed to limit it so that it's probably one of the harbors on the northern side of Europe. It's not on the coast of France facing the Atlantic or anything. It's probably northern France, northern Germany, possibly part of the Scandinavian Union around Denmark.
That's still like very wide range.
It's a pretty wide range.
The next thing that I want to do is fix the comms then.
Sure. So what do you want to do for that exactly?
I think the goal is first to make sure that I unlink them to wherever they're linked to currently.
Oh, so you picked up some Mass Technology comlinks that you wanted to change the ownership of. Okay. The issue of that is change device ownership actually alerts the device owner, and it takes about hours threshold 24. So you need to keep rolling every hour until you get to 24 hits. And as soon as you start doing that, the owner is alerted, which means that they will instantly try and trace you back, which is why it's generally not advised to try changing a device ownership. You could try if you wanted.
It's one of the worst features of 5th edition because it removes what's funnest about RPGs, which is looting. Basically, they were like, you can't loot in Shadowrun anymore.
Okay, well, in that case, with Jade knows when she knows when she shouldn't do something. So I think at that point she kind of like checks them out, looks at them a bit, and is like, I don't think I can do this necessarily. So
I mean, they will sell for a reasonable price because someone else will be specialized in change device ownership.
They aren't. Jade doesn't think the way that she rolls is she wouldn't take them because they gave them to her, so she's going to give them back. So instead, she's going to mail them in a box back to, I guess, Bentham's house, to his house, to Balt's house.
All right. At some point, I received that then, I guess.
A note that's like, sorry, don't think this is wise. Probably best to sell.
Yeah, so how would a Faraday cage affect that? Would it just deactivate the device entirely since it couldn't, like...
So
because technically it's a...
You can put it in a Faraday cage, in which case it can't contact home, but also you can't change the device ownership, because to do that you need to be attached to the Matrix. Unfortunately, I did check on that. I was like, that would be cunning, and it doesn't work. You need... In theory, I might let it if you had a walk-in Faraday cage, possibly, but even then it's tricky.
How much do those things cost?
New, device rating 5. Oh, you're looking at like, what's it, like 12 grand or so? Each? They're
yeah,
expensive.
It's like a room. Yeah, it's like you have to actually build a special room.
But yeah, you could get them, effectively someone will change the device ownership for you, return them after a time, and you pay them, or they will just pay you and they'll do it and sell them on themselves. But the actual test to change them is effectively you need 24 hits, and you have to do the test every hour until you accumulate the hits. And the entire time the test is ongoing, the people on the other end will be tracking you and possibly attacking you through the comlink.
Doesn't sound fun.
No, it's not. It's sorry.
After
5
the situation
grand.
with the cyber deck, I don't think she's willing to make that risk.
No. So it's 5 grand for each comlink you have new. They'd probably give you about probably about 800 each comlink, maybe $1,000 if you do a good negotiate test.
And that'd be me doing
Tag's like
negotiate.
looking.
What was that, Deadbolt?
Would that be me doing the negotiate, or?
I mean, you have it, so and you're in talks with like Tag and them, so you could probably get one of them to help you if you think that their skills are more suited for that. But it's kind of up to you.
Yeah, when I received them, I would have messaged the other guys saying, "Hey, we got the comlinks back. I guess transferring ownership isn't an option. I guess we try sell them."
Go ahead. You got a fixer or somebody you can sell them to?
I might have a contact that would take them. I don't know if he would be the sort. He might not be able to find any use for him.
He would know the sort, and would be able to find you the sort, but again, there would be a fixer charge on top of that.
I will say I don't think I could find someone, but I don't have anyone in particular in mind. I don't know if anyone else has, and then see if.
I'm sure Zlata always has a use for loose comm links. Seeing how quickly she sold us one.
If you think she's someone useful to hit up about it, go ahead.
Yeah, we can give it a go. Before I talk to Zlata, I would cast. I'm not actually going to cast it. I would just assume that I have like a 5 or like a 4 charisma boost on myself. It's just a logical thing my character would do.
Okay. Feel free to just roll it. Just what's the outcome of it? Do you have to roll to find the outcome of your charisma boost, or is it set boost based on your force?
That's a set. Well, you roll for it with
Plus
hits, so it'd be at rating.
Yeah, so you'll need to roll it.
Okay, so it's rating 1, and I'm going to break it with reagents.
Okay, so you're paying for reagents for this?
Yeah. Actually, never mind. I'll just go 4/6 on it. Apparently, it's done by hits, so I'll have to look at that.
Hits
That
would be
seems
limited
weird.
by the force normally. The reagents add to the limit without breaking it via force.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sure. So, very powerful. Buff charisma and buffs it by 1.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's painful, but your charisma is now increased by 1.
Okay, I cancel it and I cast again.
Not everyone can be James Bard.
5
Much
successes.
better.
There we go.
All right, so I got a +5.
Okay. Now I just need to just get my my cosplay resi here, because it's the first time since I got my cosplay that you're actually talking to Zlata again.
Like I haven't even been able to work out what my cosplay would be yet, and he's already got like 3 different ones.
Well, I mean, your character's got a trait called Plane. Like, I mean, how
That's
do you
the thing.
cosplay Plane? Like,
I just have to look really average. Like I'm an elf, but I
You
look
could
like
wear like a ninja mask.
No,
love
darling,
this.
you're calling me again. It has been so long.
yeah, sweetheart, how you doing? I've got a couple of how many comlinks was it?
Dar, how am I to know?
Oh
Anybody
my
else
God,
in the
my
group know how many
sides.
comlinks it is?
My fucking
Don't remember.
sides.
There are 6 comlinks. There are 6, but I don't
rating
know
5?
anything else.
Dar, I believe you have 4 of them, because there was 1 on each of them, yes?
Yeah, I got a couple of nice comlinks here. They look like there's some kind of Aztechnology jazz. Pretty solid pieces, about 4 of them. I was wondering if you wanted to acquire them for your business.
Dar, well, I probably would not want them for myself, you understand, but I'm sure I could find someone who has a use for them. There's, of course, you know, a small charge I would have to make to put you in touch with the seller, but I'm sure I could find someone.
Yeah, if you could do that, I'd appreciate it. What kind of price you think we could get out of there
That
before we
I'm
go
sure-
into the negotiate?
I don't know, 750, maybe 800, 900 Noyan? I will negotiate and see what is best price.
Yeah, see if you can push for something north of 4 figures for me, would you? I'd appreciate it.
Dar, well, I will take my percentage cut beforehand, but if afterwards I might be able to push it higher. But sure, I will have a word and see what I can get.
All right, thank you.
She is going to then go and negotiate away. Five successes. And I'll roll the opposition. Darling, I managed to get you 1,050 for each comlink. My cut will be 10%, say?
Yeah, sure. Whatever you need to do.
Excellent, darling. Give me the comlinks and I will send the money right over. And she does so. It's quite an easy trade. You get, what's 4,200 minus 10%?
Oh, minus.
3,780.
Well, would she take the 10 piece off the individual sale or off the wholesale? That's the other question, too.
10% off each individual. The wholesale is the same thing.
Does it come out the same way?
Yes.
Okay.
You get 3,789.
Yay.
Which is great because that divides so easily now. And that gets added to your accounts. I can also take the cosplay off because it's really warm in here right now, actually.
No, keep it on. Keep it on.
Oh, I already took like several screenshots, so.
I'm sure Chat has. I'm sure Chat's clipped it to hell and back.
So if you wanted to split it, it was $9.45 a pop.
Will we all get that then?
Do you split it, Tag?
Yeah. I figure I just send the cut to everybody.
We're still
Is
going to
that
have to
just
figure out a
for
way to
you
like
three,
pool.
or are you splitting it 4 ways?
Well, that was 4.
Okay.
I mean, I
What was the
assume
amount if it was split 4?
$9.45 each.
9:45.
There we go. Right. Is there any other business you want to get to before you get to the run?
I needed to get a couple of things.
Sure.
So I needed a pair of AR gloves. I've also set up that in the time passing, I would have ordered a pair of shades. They're going to have Vision Ant. Let me get Shemmer open here. I already set them up in Shemmer.
I mean,
they're
those
gonna
things are so
have-
common, you can just have them for shop price.
Yeah. So it's glasses with a smart link and a rating 3 vision enhancement, and then AR gloves. And do I need anything else with the AR gloves? Do I need Trodes to go with that too, or do I just need the gloves?
No, Trodes allow you some like mental like in and out, whereas AR gloves are basically a touchscreen keyboard type thing. It's basically like the Minority Report.
Well, that's way cooler. I like that way better, so we're just gonna go with that.
Although that said, if you're in a meeting and you're trying to like send a message, you have to be like, "Don't mind me."
It
Which
still
has
looks
happened before.
badass. I don't even care.
Okay.
I'm like y'all are haters. I look dope
Then you
right
can
now.
get AR gloves and you can get the sunglasses quite easily.
Okay, I'll just subtract the cost. I've already got it in Shimmer.
Gatto, did you need to do some purchasing or at least some upgrading?
Yes, but I think we've already done some of this. We've done all of it actually between sessions here.
Do you want to?
Should I just?
Just let the audience know what you got.
So
Yes.
after about 2.5 weeks, you've left your van and your bikes in the shop. You get called down by your contact to come meet him at the shop where he is currently pimping your rides.
Well, shit. I got to take public transit then.
Sadly, yes, you do. And it costs you an entire, like... Do you have a bus pass?
With medium lifestyle, I assume.
Yes,
yeah.
you do. You do, medium lifestyle. So yeah, you use your medium lifestyle bus pass to go down to a garage just
Pass.
central east of London.
God.
And you meet a dwarf with a big red turban with a bling
Orc.
Noyan symbol on the front of it, heavy
He's an
gold
orc, yeah.
chains all around his neck, big gold rings on both hands, couple of orcs standing behind him working on their vehicles out front.
Raj was an orc.
Sorry, yeah, he's an orc, not a dwarf. I don't know why I said dwarf.
He
He's
could
fairly
be a
short in
dwarf.
stature for an orc. Tusks, one of them is now, like, gold-plated. And he looks up at you. Oh, what, mate? How you doing? How you doing, man? It's been a long time, How you doing?
Hey, Raj. Hey. How's business?
Not bad, you see? Not doing too badly. 2 years ago, I had a car blow up on me. That was a big loss, but we're working on a new one now. It's an absolute beaut. I'm looking forward to driving that. Anyway, got your stuff done. You got the spoof chips in, got the license plate revolvers, got the grid guide override. It's all working really, really good. All 4 bikes and the van. Absolutely perfect, mate. Absolutely beauty. Tune the engines as well. Sound like an absolute dream.
Hey, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Is there anything I could do for you? Just let me know. Me and my pals, we can get a lot of stuff done. I think we can get a lot of stuff done, especially now that you've upped the ante here. We can actually evade if we have to. That's going to be super handy. Thank you, man.
I'll bear that in mind. Problem is, 2 years ago, I got told that by another team they could do stuff, and they kind of ended up going a little bit sideways. I lost a really nice car. I really put a lot of work in that car, mate. Put a lot of work in that car. And I'm a little bit hesitant. But you know what, mate? I trust you. I'll see if I can sort something out, If I need something, I'll let you up, man. I'll let you up. You got my back.
Yeah, we're not that other team. I don't know who those chumps were. But we're not those chumps, okay?
That's cool, man. That's cool. Right, got your little bikes back there, all set up to follow the van. If you want to get in the van, should be absolutely purring, mate. Should make it absolutely purr.
All right, I'm gonna hop in.
Okay, and
see how it goes.
It does purr quite nicely. It seems he's giving it a little bit of an engine tune-up at the same time.
Does he just have like an audio file to just some cat purring really loudly or something? Is that what he's doing?
Yes, that is exactly it. It's like, when they fake like emission tests and stuff, he fakes engine tests and just gets like a small speaker in the back of your car that just goes.
There you go.
Yeah, but the van seems absolutely great, and you have a quick look. There's a new little AR symbol next to the, like, what's it called?
I thought you were gonna say there's gonna be like a little Christmas tree fragrance thing, like he thinks my car smells.
I mean, there probably is. It's like fuzzy dye, each one filled with like a different scent, and you can like squeeze each one to get a different scent out of them.
I can't help it that it smells like elf sometimes, and we get an elf in here now and then,
But yeah, you also have like a little AR thing next to the steering wheel now, which as you're driving, you can flick it, and you can change the license plate at the front of the car. In addition, you can now spoof which
I'm flicking
license plate.
I'm flicking it over and over and over
Right
again.
at the front of the car, it's currently going. But you can also now spoof whichever effectively identity you want for the vehicle, and you can grid guide override, which means that it looks like it's on grid guide when you're actually manually driving.
Fantastic. Then can I, assuming they're ready to go, can I remote control the bikes to get out of here?
Yep, you can tell them to do something by grid guide and be like, yeah, just go to this place, and they will drive themselves there.
Okay, done.
And the fleet of bikes take off past you.
And I'm gonna drive past Raj and beep at him a little bit.
All right, mate, have a good one. Have a good one. See you back here sometime, fam.
Anytime I need some work, I know you'll get it done. Thank you again, Raj.
Okay, and
I'm
you
gone.
head back. Cool. Right, with any other extended tests and stuff, Jade, did you have one more?
No, I'm just looking into some stuff, but I'm having trouble because the handbook is so wonky. But it's for future things. It's like radar sensor and math SPU stuff, and I'm just having trouble finding in the handbook. But
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So with that, I'm gonna take off all my chains.
Yeah, I'd also hit up Danny Danger if you just wanted to speed through it. Like, we don't actually have to make the call and just get the reagents.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, effectively for reagents, because you go through them so fast, you can just buy them cost price off him as normal. He'll stock them for you. That was an impressive sneeze.
My internet sneeze.
3 weeks go
Bless
by. You do small tasks here and there. You stock up on your equipment, etc. You look into a few things. Nothing major happens. You've, of course, asked, your contacts to put any feelers out for these things. I know Zod is on the case already, considering that Zod is currently in the loop for most of this. And after that time, I think you would all effectively get a message through, and it would be an audio message from Zod with a little avatar, which was obviously generated by the Matrix, popping up. This time, it seems to be a robot from a TV series from the early century. Like, this is a TV series that came out probably about 60, 70 years ago. It seems to be like a robot with like one long eye with a red thing going back and forth. You're not exactly sure. None of you really lived that long. Actually, Deadbolt, make me a memory test.
All right.
Because
now I have to watch
old as
that again.
fuck.
Now I have to watch that again. It's such a good show.
Deadbolt,
2 successes.
you've seen this robot before. You're pretty sure there was a TV show about this when you were a child. You're not exactly sure what it was, but you're pretty sure there was a TV show. I mean, you were a little bit young for it, but there was certainly... This is different from a TV show back then, when they had 2D TV instead of this Tridio. Back in the day.
Old-fashioned stuff.
Back when the world was simple and everything was understood.
Back in
Not
my
these
day.
newfangled technologies.
I think the world was flat.
Yeah, I'm
back
just
then.
looking at this a little bit puzzled, like, I can't quite place.
Boom, boom, boom. Hello there, team. You really need to get a name for your team. It'd be much easier to have a name that I could say, "Hello, angels." Anyway,
What do you call your other teams?
meat puppets, maggots, incompetent.
See Zod. This is why we don't have a team name.
Well, if you don't have one, I'll pick one for you. So, meat puppets, how are we all today? Today, I have a mission for you. In fact, actually, it's a mission that is somewhat time constrained. However, there is a pay for just turning up to the meet, which is always a bonus. The person who actually wants the meet seems to be an Argus agent. I don't have much more information on them, and they didn't really tell me they're an Argus agent, but I pulled my sources just to check up since they haven't placed any orders with me before for a team. They say that they want someone to track a package for them. And they say that there is some sort of time constraint on this, so if you don't mind, we will need to be doing this mission fairly fast, but each person that turns up, there is 200 Noyen, straight up just for showing up to the meet. If you don't like the mission, you can always turn them down.
You said it was for Argus. Don't they do some kind of espionage or private investigation or something like that? I'm not clear what their exact job is.
Each of you get pushed effectively like the Wikipedia page for Argus. Now, if you really want to look up Argus, you can look it up on the Shadowrun wiki. It is on there. The page is perfectly legit.
I already did. I just wanted you to feed me some flavor.
So, as the thing pops up... So, others you don't know, Argus are the private surveillance wing of Met 2000, which is a mercenary company that tends to be a private military force for many people, including the Allied German states. Argus basically have a personnel ranging around 15,000 people. They operate worldwide, and they basically are a private surveillance force that many governments, corporations, and even occasionally powerful private individuals get to do work for them. If you don't want someone like a private investigator, you want someone a bit more up there, you want someone who can look at entire corporation or entire area, Argus will sort of do that job. That is the sort of area we're looking at here. Now, the agent in question I've been following, just to check his Matrix history, doesn't seem to be anything untoward, and so far as I'm aware, he's wanting to contract outside Argus, which is unusual. Mostly they keep their stuff in-house. Obviously, being an intelligence service, they want to keep their intelligence with them.
All right, so where's this meet set up, and how long do we have to prepare?
Heathrow Airport. And as soon as possible, I believe, is the term used. Actually, there were quite vigorous terms used involving Toot Sweet, but as soon as possible will do.
So they're just sitting in an airport waiting for us right now,
That
not
appears to be the
knowing if
case.
we're going to say yes or no. Curious.
Well, you were one of the only teams available at this time. So they came to me. Obviously, my reputation for being a good purveyor of quality Shadowrunning teams.
And stick bugs.
And stick bugs of all kinds. Seems to have reached their attention. one thing they did say is if you're going to take the job, you need to fly out tonight and to bring with you infiltration or surveillance gear. You don't need to come too well armed, is what they said. Of course, take your own precautions, but as far as I'm aware, they do seem to be vaguely on the level for now.
Do you know? Do you know how far away it will be? How like can all my stuff is here, Zod. I can't just move the van if we're gonna fly.
As far as I'm aware, they want to contract you for only a day or two. You wouldn't be that gone long. And as far as I can tell, another window appears, and it seems to be a grainy CCTV footage of a plane currently waiting. It seems to be a small plane of some kind, 2 engines at the back mounted next to the tail fin. Doesn't seem to be a particularly long-range plane. I can't imagine they're going anywhere further than maybe Central Europe.
So if we're going to be taking a bunch of gear with us, are they going to sort out us getting that gear onto that plane? Is it just their plane? Is that going to be all right?
Luckily, they are parked in part of the private section of the airfield. You don't have to go through customs to go back and forth. You get on the plane, and then someone from customs will come and check the plane. I assume they have sorted that, considering they are intelligence service, and then you get to take off.
I have a question.
Right.
Am I part of this?
Yes,
Like,
you are.
is there messaging to me too? Okay, cool. I guess I'm going to send a message to the group and say, I'm in.
I'm a little bit curious as to why somebody that has their own private army needs us, but I'm willing to at least hear them out.
Well, the one thing that I thought you might be interested in is, and the reason that I made sure to hit you up immediately with this, although he didn't mention as such, he seems to be very interested in orichalcum. And you did mention that to me a few weeks ago.
Hmm.
I can't tell you much more than that. All his matrix logs seem to indicate that he has been doing a number of monitoring and searches on the substance, but beyond that, I think you'll have to go fishing for your own answers.
Jade sends you guys all a file again. It's part of the big, long list of things that she sent you before, but this one is the contingency plan that Project Golden Idol had in it, where
That was
they
a
were
memory
transferring.
test to remember why I needed orichalcum. 'Cause I can't recall.
The Kilts had done a run on the Sea Dragon to get some orichalcum, which they were ambushed and taken out by the Ath Technology Group that you took out last mission.
Okay.
So it could just be a coincidence, but
Could I use a magical theory to extrapolate what they might be using
sure. That
the
said,
orichalcum
orichalcum
for?
is the most powerful reagent that there is. Effectively, you would know quite easily that orichalcum can be used for almost anything, magical reagent-wise. If you need to boost a spell, you need to make it more powerful, you need to do an enchantment or a ritual, anything like that, orichalcum is basically the most powerful reagent you can get. It's also very expensive. Real expensive. Like, much more expensive than gold. It actually
What you're
contains
saying
gold.
is having like a suit of like orichalcum plate mail made for myself would be difficult.
Yes. Also, its malleability wouldn't be great in terms of protection, and also, in terms of glowing in the astral, it would be like wearing a superconductor and then putting a battery inside of it. Like,
That's okay.
you would
Every
be
single
hot.
plate would be a focus for something different, so that I would just be like a focus god.
Sort of. You would also probably be worth about 1 billion Noyan.
Nice. I already
Yeah.
value myself at that level, so it'll be nice to finally follow up physically.
He finally has a way to express his value.
Yep. All right, well, let's head that way then, and I start fishing around for an ID so that I can go get on public transport.
Very well. I'll message them that you're going. Bear in mind that do be wary in what you take with you. Feel free to make sure that you have some sort of backup, just in case this does seem to be some sort of double cross. But it's unlikely with an intelligence service like this. They tend to know that double crossing breeds rumors, and rumors are not great in the shadows.
Yeah, I don't think I worry about it too much, but Hell, I say we just load up the normal gear in the van with the duffel and then do what we got to do out here.
Sure. Bear in mind that I have not accepted any upfront payment, as I do not know the people involved. And when it's a new customer, I tend to take my cut off the end product rather than up front. That way, if you don't get paid, I don't get paid, and that way everyone is at least sad together. So my cut is always 20%. Feel free to negotiate as you see fit. And please, make sure you raise the price a bit.
25%. Yeah, I better.
20%.
With that.
Just a flat
20%.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see what I can do. We'll get back to you, Zod, if there's any problems.
No problem. And the Cylon disappears into the little red dot, which...
See, you said it had one eye, and I thought you were talking about Alpha from the Power Rangers.
No,
Because Alpha has, like, the one visor eye, too, that goes back and forth. There's too many robots with one visor eye.
You know where they got that from, though?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Nobody likes Battlestar Galactica anyways. Let's discount Star Wars.
Heresy.
I initiate a vote to eject Splat
I'm going to
from Roll4It.
summarize 20 seasons of Battlestar Galactica. Everybody's a fucking Cylon. Done. You don't have to watch it now. The show is over.
But
Every time they need a plot twist, what's going to happen? Oh, I know. This favorite character is going to be a Cylon. Show over.
Okay, so with your new mission in your hands, and time apparently being of the essence, what do you want to do?
Well, before we end our little communication here, even though the Cylon has left, Tag, you know why they're using us? Tag, we're expendable. That's it. And I end the call.
well, maybe they just don't want something pinning on them if the run doesn't go to plan.
Possible. We're deniable assets. Even if we get captured, they can hope that we won't spill the beans, and even if we do, chances are they'll cover the paper trail so we just look like we're crazy or something of that kind. Either way, let's get out to Heathrow and get this thing started.
I am not driving these guys. I am taking public transit. You want to get there on your own? You can find your own damn way.
Well, we're gonna have to get to the van because it's got all the gear in it. Unless
Yes,
maybe
but we're not taking the van to the airport.
Alright.
So I put all of my gear then into a duffel bag, I guess.
How much are we gonna take though? How much gear?
I'm bringing everything with me, and then I'm just gonna ask Jade if she could like move my icons around and make it seem like I have like a duffel bag full of lollipops or something.
Just for
Yeah,
now,
I think,
I feel like
I
that
think
wouldn't be that
run all your gear
inconspicuous.
silent so it doesn't appear on the Matrix as a lollipop or anything.
Why? Gotta make this interesting.
Because then she's got like 60 items she need to change the device icon of.
There's definitely a joke in there somewhere, though. A priest on a train with like a bag full of lollipops. There's like some kind of punchline or narrative there.
Oh dear. So Gatto, what are you
was-
taking? A devil?
I'm gonna take the light fire pistol and my lined coat. That's it.
Are you packing a lot of spare clips or?
I don't think I need that many. I mean, it's got 150 rounds. It's fine.
That's the spare ammo.
Yeah, the spare ammo
Okay, you're taking
I
all
mean,
that
I
spare
have-
ammo.
for that. Yeah.
So you've got the pistol hidden in your line coat, and then a pretty large box of ammo.
Really? How much are we talking about?
150 rounds. That's like 10 clips.
Yeah, but are they tiny little bullets?
Have you ever carried ammo? Ammo's
What
fucking
are
heavy.
they? What are the
I-
bullets for? What
I
gun are
don't
they
touch
for?
guns.
It's a light pistol. It's probably like a 9mm.
Okay, so an ammo case for that actually wouldn't be that large for 100 rounds. If it was something like a 7.62
Like
case,
this
then it'd
big,
still
but
be
it's-
like
it's not
Yeah.
light. It's
it'd be small though, because I got a box in there that's like 120 rounds and it's only like that big, and that's 380, which isn't that smaller than a 9mm.
I guess. Deadbolt, what are you carrying?
It weighs a ton, but
yeah.
What
The
was-
box is like usually that big for like a, the average amount that you're carrying with you. So, but it's heavy.
So what did he say that we needed gear? It was like
The mission was effectively a tracking
Observation.
mission, observation, so any sort of infiltration or Overwatch sort of type gear.
I'm finally gonna get to fight somebody in the
Okay.
astral. Dragon Ball Z style at the speed of light.
I'll bring the chameleon suit. And
Good
then
idea. Gecko
a line
boots.
coat as well in case that doesn't work. I'll take a whole bunch of RFID tags of various kinds. I'll take my taser, my holdout, with a bit of ammo for that.
Pistol, B&E gear?
I'll take.
Are you taking the pistol or the B&E gear?
What's the B&E gear?
Breaking and entering.
Breaking and entering.
Oh right, yeah. Well, by the sound of it, he said that we didn't need
Our
any.
burglar doesn't know what B&E gear is. This is a little concerning. I,
Yeah,
as a
that's
team
pretty
magician, would like to
concerning.
express...
I'm not good with abbreviations, okay?
It's okay, I'm not good with math, apparently. We've all got dysfunctions.
It's like stuff that you'd use to like open locks and like all kinds of stuff.
Like he said that we were just observing. I guess I'll take it because there's only a couple of bits of kit for that. I'll take the gecko tape gloves because climbing up walls is always cool.
Okay.
And I think that's me good.
Are you taking a pistol?
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Seeing as there's the potential for customs, maybe I'll not go for the Ares Lightfire 75 that everyone doesn't like.
Gatto,
I'll
are
go
you
for the...
taking your any of your observation drones or anything, by the way?
I was going to ask you about that. Is like, how portable are they and how legal are they?
It depends on what the legality of your drone is, but also the drones, like your little like flying one is literally like a keyboard size, like a little bit smaller than the keyboard actually. That's quite small. You could take that with you fairly easily. The crawling ones are also fairly small as well. In all honesty, they are literally small drones. So they're like Roomba sized.
All right. Well, I don't think the crawlers are going to be fantastic for observation because I kind of have some guns mounted on them.
Okay,
but,
it's a Roomba
yeah,
with an assault rifle attached to the top.
Yeah. I don't think those are going to work. But the other two, I've got a fly spine. I've got the Optic X2. I mean, might as well bring those if they're not going to be too obtrusive.
So you've got your rig control console, your command rig or whatever it is, and those two little ones which are quite small.
Sounds good.
Jade, most of your stuff is matrixy. Is there anything big and heavy and illegal you're taking?
No, I have my concealed weapon too, my pistol. She basically she gets this message and they all agree that they're going to go head on their way. And she sends a message that says, "So say we all." And then she unplugs her bag, puts everything back in her backpack, puts her hood up, and heads out the door.
Okay.
She kind of lives like that lifestyle already, that she's just ready to move in an instant, and everything, like her cyber deck is inside her. She's ready to go.
Sweet. So do you all like meet up before you get there, or just meet up effectively at the gate?
Yeah, I'd
I'm
say
for
meet up at the
business.
gate to wherever it is where we're going.
And if I can
I guess
scout
so.
before we get there, like I want to see if I can hack into maybe some of the cams or something like that and
Okay.
listen in.
Okay. Airport security will be pretty tight in terms of trying to hack into that. You can certainly give it a try. A better plan might be to hack into just nearby people's comlinks and stuff and just watch through them.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of people just outside, out and about. And I won't even make you roll, really, because you can just find the lowest rating comlink, and then you just got to watch through it with one mark. So with that, you managed to quite easily spot that the outside of the airport, there's people coming and going. Nothing really stands out particularly without a perception test. If you want to make a perception test, I can tell you more.
Okay. Which type of matrix perception or?
It would be a normal perception test because you're looking out of a camera.
Okay. Normal perception. Not the greatest, but we'll see how it goes.
5 successes. With that, you can see that near the gate, at least one of the big shutters that effectively allows lorries to come and load in and go out, there does seem to be someone waiting there. They're not particularly trying to stay hidden, but they're kind of a little bit back in the shadows, and because of the way it's lit around here, it's getting a little bit dark. It's not the easiest to see, but you do notice that there is someone there. They seem to be wearing a flight uniform of some kind. You're not sure if they're a flight attendant or a captain or something like that, but it's either that or some sort of well-groomed suit with shiny buttons of some kind. So you would assume a member of flight crew.
Shiny buttons.
All right. I guess I'll listen in and see if I hear anything suspicious.
Surprisingly, they aren't moving. They aren't really engaging anyone else in conversation. They seem to be waiting, and they do occasionally look at their comlink in their pocket.
Okay.
You all get there roughly the same time, and then you get a message from Zod which says, look for the flight attendant near gate 3, which, Jade, is the one you've been looking at.
I send a message back saying, already spotted.
Point him out.
I show you guys the vision of him.
On the way.
I'm gonna kind of wait
head
for
that
them
way
to
as well.
go first.
While I'm going there, I'm
and then-
astrally perceiving.
Okay.
Yeah,
if you want to make an sensing check.
I'm gonna stick near Tag because he's gonna be our talkie bro.
Sure. Jade's hanging back a little bit.
I'm just like up against the wall, kind of near them, and I have my like jacket up, and I'm like listening in.
Okay. You want to make me an etiquette roll then, just to try and look like you're just a bored commuter, just kind of waiting there or something.
A what roll?
It'd be an etiquette.
Etiquette.
It would
Where is that under
be
social skills.
a default
Oh
on
god,
charisma if
I'm
not.
real bad at this, so this will be great.
Nonetheless, you kind of seem to pull
I
it
got my
off.
3 successes.
Tag, with 2 successes, you look around, you notice quite quickly that there are spirits patrolling around here, it being an airfield. A very large airfield near London. The security is reasonably high, but it doesn't look like anyone's particularly paying any attention to you, and the person that you're looking at in the shadows who's waiting near the gate doesn't appear to be magically active from what you can see.
Okay, I'm gonna increase my charisma one more time.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so I've got a +4.
As you just get to where you can start seeing into the shadows, Gatto... Debot, do you have any vision enhancement on?
I'll have my contacts in.
They've got low light, haven't they?
I'll double check what they have. Where the hell are they? There they are. I've got... I don't have any low light stuff in them.
Well, I do.
Oh. Well, Gatto, you see very quickly through the shadows before you even really get to them, and everyone else is still walking towards the figure. You notice that the figure waiting there is a man, closely cropped hair, flight attendant suit. They seem to be, probably from what you know, since you don't really have any knowledge skills in this, either like a co-pilot or a flight attendant on the plane itself. On a small plane, they kind of double up. Yeah, it's these ones. And they do seem to be waiting there, looking at their comlink, and occasionally looking up. They do spot your group as you approach. Is this all of you then?
Oi, what the help you asked for?
If it is the groups that we've got no group name, we were asked to convey a. He looks down at his comlink again. Yes,
worked with Zod. Yeah,
okay,
we're with Zod.
Come this way, follow me. We have sorted out customs for you.
But that I follow him.
Sure. Debo, actually, I forgot you have low light vision because elf.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could see.
Chap reminded.
With that, quite quickly, the flight attendant quickly moves back from the gate, goes to the side door, speaks to the person there, waves you forwards. You go in with your duffel bags without really getting a second look. I will require you all to make etiquette just to make sure you don't look like you're terrorists.
But we are.
Etiquette check. Not look like a terrorist.
Pretty much.
Do I have to make this roll too, or not yet?
If you don't pass through, then no. If you're waiting on the other side still.
Yeah, I guess I'll pass through as well.
Okay, so you do
This
join
is bad
the group.
though.
You keep
Hey,
saying that,
2 on
but,
3 dice.
Everyone seems to do relatively well there. None of you look particularly too shady. Since this guy's already looking the other way, you see, he's not giving you too much of a once-over. In fact, he's mostly looking at the sky as you pass the security guy that's standing there. He's actually a troll, pretty heavy bruiser, but he's kind of taken a step back. He's not even trying to look intimidating. It's almost like he's trying to avoid you. But you don't seem to look particularly dodgy, and you just sort of give him a nod when he looks at you. Anyway, if you follow me this way, if we are on a tight time schedule, Charles wanted to see you as soon as possible. Follow me. And he leads you towards a plane.
Did you say Charles?
Yes.
With that, I follow in the lead, I guess, since I assume I'll be the one talking.
Okay. The entire group trails away towards what's effectively a small plane. It doesn't look particularly large. 2 twin jet engines on the back, cockpit up front, pretty standard arrangement. Looks like it's even not a particularly newer plane. In fact, this plane looks kind of familiar to us these days. Doesn't seem to be any...
Like a Learjet or something?
Basically a small Learjet. The ladder's already down, and waiting at the top appears to be a dwarf who is fairly thin, actually, for a dwarf. Dwarves tend to be short, but maintain the same width. This dwarf... probably a tallish for a dwarf, and a little bit on the thin side, with a sort of closely cropped beard, hair, a little bit lanky down one side, but almost shaved on the other side into a kind of flopped over mohawk. You have all arrived! Welcome, come on upstairs. We will quickly move. If you were wanting to take the job, then we will be ready to depart immediately. If not, then you can take your payout and leave. Sorry about this. I know this is very much the last minute. I apologize most wholeheartedly. Come, let me help you with that bag. And he offers to try and help you up.
Sure, I hand him the bag and I say, thank you. Don't worry about it. We're used to being in a rush. It's part of the occupation.
Yeah, I understand. Very much the same line of work.
With that, do I see any places to sit down or be seated? Yeah,
there seem to be effectively like a few seats down the back that work on swivel chairs, so you can face them forwards when you're taking off, and then you can just swivel around on them during the flight. And then a little bit further back, there's like a little couch down each side. Along with a minibar.
I head over to one of the couches, but I don't sit down until our host is sat down.
Okay. Next up is Gatto, then Deadbolt, then Jade, all alternately looking around and going, apparently this is fancy. Well,
keep an eye on where my luggage goes.
Honestly, anything's fancy to Jade, though.
True. Like, he just dumps your gear effectively in the middle of the floor for now. We won't be flying that long. Basically, it's a job, and he fishes out cred sticks and just hands out a cred stick to each of you, which is 200 Noyan. There we go. Best to get the money out of the way first. The job that I need to do is, I've been hired by a certain individual who has very important holdings in certain stocks, which do closely track the price of orichalcum. We are very much wanting to keep a tab on the price of orichalcum on the market. And because of that, I have been keeping tabs on Proteus AG. Proteus have recently moved into some more mining areas in the North Sea, and this has kind of annoyed a few interested parties in the area. But I'm concerned that they could be mining more orichalcum. If, of course, they are doing so, that might have impacts on the price of orichalcum. And that I need to know about, because that is what my job is effectively being paid to do at the moment. However, I have been having some issues doing my job lately, and I thought it best to use my budget to contract out, so they say.
Sure. A layer of deniability is always a good thing in any line of work. So what specifically is it you want us to do? I think I speak for the group when you mention orichalcum. It's valuable. It seems to attract valuable parties. Working successfully around it would breed further success. So what do you need us to do?
Well, the orichalcum I know is being transported by submarine to a base in the Scandinavian Union. I believe it is in what used to be Denmark, near the border with the Allied German states. This is a very small submarine designed to go to the archaeologies and then to land. This is probably going to one of the docks over there, one of the smaller docks. I've narrowed down a list. It is due to get there in the next few hours. I only just received information about it leaving the archaeology from one of my sources. Ideally, I need you to go and confirm that it is in fact orichalcum that they are transporting. Preferably to find out who they're transporting it to, where it goes from there. If that takes you too far away from the job, then that's fine. You can close the job there. I just need to know about the meat, who it is handed to, and ideally confirms that that is in fact orichalcum. I have some shipment container numbers, and he hands you effectively a data chip, which you can slot in. That contains a few data lists of certain containers, and that should provide accurate results. If they're the ones they're transporting with the submarine, those are the ones we are looking for. If you could actually get a look inside the containers, that'd be even better.
All right, so what is the port of origin for the submarine in question, and also what is the port of call?
The port of call, I do not know. That is part of the job. It would be to narrow it down. Where it came from? It came from one of Proteus's arcologies. They have floating arcologies. I don't know if you know about Proteus, but they are a AA corporation, recently aligned with a few others to try and beat off the recent megacorp reshuffle. They have basically all their bases are floating arcologies that float around the sea, and they do research upon them. Most of their work is in research, although they have a fair amount in aerospace, particularly in setting up a Lagrange point base at the moment. They are famous for pissing off the Sea Dragon because they are mostly involved in sea research.
Should we be concerned about sea dragons or outside actors concerning themselves with this submarine as well? I'd prefer to know about third parties before I become involved.
Put it this way, that is entirely possible, but I do not know of any. This should be a fairly simple job, but I understand, of course, in our line of works, which are fairly similar, when people say that is a simple job, you tend to get out the big guns and worry for the verse, so I will not say that for you, don't worry.
I smile and I say, and you just jinxed it. So he was probably going to go fine until you said that.
It's okay. Make sure you take your pistols and let's just hope for the best, yes?
Who was the group of archaeologists? What was their names?
Proteus AG.
Proteus AG. They run a bunch of arcologies, which are basically self-sufficient habitats. These ones
I got that name. I just was worried. Yes. I thought there was another name that went past. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Proteus AG, they are probably one of the larger AA corporations. In fact, they're probably getting up there in terms of the largest corporations in Europe. They've recently aligned themselves with the FPV, Ally Camille. They also were courting Ruhrmetall in terms of getting an alliance and managing to effectively team up and become a corporation capable of effectively trying to get AAA status. So there is currently a big hubbub amongst the mega corporations at the moment. That is the background if you care to know.
Hey, seeing as you know about Orichalcum, a little bit of business from a last job that I took. You know anything about a team of technology runners hitting a dragon for some Orichalcum? Something like that would reverberate in the shadow community. You hear any rumors about a thing like that?
Make a negotiate test. Actually, no, make it an etiquette test. Because it's just sort of chatting, you're not negotiating. You're just kind of trying to gel with him, effectively.
4 successes.
Okay, he kind of looks at you for a moment. Well, you come across some information in my line of work. Yes, I have heard of that. I have some very interested information on that, actually, if you would like to throw that into the deal. I can confirm that I am aware that the Kilts were recently contracted to steal some Orichalcum, and that a certain team of Technology did try and ambush them, but there is a bit more than that to meet the eye.
Sure. Alright, so considering that we all seem to be interested in the job, what is the pay rate y'all are offering for both operating costs, completion of the job, and how about this? I have reason to acquire that information that you know about that run with the Kilts. If we could acquire that as well as part of the negotiation, I would be obliged to you.
That is perfectly fine. Now, hopefully that this will be a beginning of a beautiful relationship, as they say. If we fly out immediately, then we land, you can do your job, and then I can fly you back. The benefit is I need to be seen to be not near you at the time. And luckily I have business over there, which is why I get to use the company plane. In terms of payout, I'm thinking, would $2,000 per head be okay? It's a simple one-night job.
If you could scoot it on up to 3, I think we'd have ourselves a deal.
Well, considering you are, top-notch rate, I will pay you afterwards, and I believe that your fixer has refused payment up front. That is only fair. The $3,000 each would be well within my limit. I can manage that and I will give you full access to the minibar on the way back.
All right, that sounds like a plan to me. I look around and smile at the rest of the group.
Excellent. Then I will tell the pilot.
While they're
Sure.
talking, as soon as he had mentioned Proteus AG, if I could do some search on that and see what other background I could find out, that'd be cool.
Kick up an extended test and put that in, and I'll let you know in effectively like 10 seconds or so, considering how fast you are at that. The pilot will... Anita! The door to the cockpit that you can see juts open, and a woman with kind of cybered down the side of her face, looks like almost like a headset, but built into the side of her skull, pokes her head out. What do you want? If you're ready to go now, if you wouldn't mind, starting... Tell the cabin, the tower, that is the one, yes? Tell them that we're ready to go. Hey! You might want to buckle in. Planning to go pretty fast. That is excellent, thank you! There we go.
Wunderbar.
If you want to sit down, we could take off immediately.
Yeah,
Grab
sure.
a seat on the big old couch.
Okay.
I'm hoping I would have that information before we went up.
Sure,
before
yeah,
that
if you want
conversation
to...
ended.
You extended test... did you want to do an extended test, or did you want to use the one roll there? Like, you will have some information on that one roll.
Sorry, can you explain what you're...
So you could, for matrix search, it's extended test, and you do that every effectively 3 seconds. But you've done just the first roll on the test, and it's only been... Yeah, so you've only done the first pass in the extended test. You can do multiple passes.
Oh, okay. How many should I roll then?
Well, you can effectively keep rolling until you run out of die, or you can keep rolling until you hit a certain threshold, or until you get down to a certain number of die in your dice pool. It's up to you. Normally, I'd recommend something like, if you've got, what was it, 15 die you've got for matrix search, I'd recommend something like stopping at 4 die and just going for as many successes as you can, effectively.
So total die would be...
Your
then-
dice pool is 15. You want to stop when your dice pool gets down to 4, and then leave the other one at 99 or 999.
So
or
the
whatever it is.
minimum die... Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, minimum
so
die
do
should be
that.
about 4 or so. Yeah.
that
Oh,
4
stop reason is critical glitch. Okay.
Okay.
So, what happens in extended test is, if you manage to critically glitch, the extended test is
You
stopped,
used-
and a bad thing happens.
We're all
Okay.
dead. She used Wi-Fi while the plane was taking off. The Wi-Fi sign was like, "Boom," and she did it anyways.
The Learjet
We're in a
just
movie
nosedived.
now.
We're
Yep.
gone.
So, firstly, you did get 21 successes. The number of successes you get... Proteus AG is a AA corporation that had some interesting history. They tried to get part of Duncanson's will, which was to have a fully underwater arcology. Their arcologies require being partly above water, so they failed getting part of the will there. They then ended up having a small naval war with Ares, which is a pretty big AAA megacorporation. They lost said naval war after Ares dropped a Thor shot, which is basically a tungsten rod from orbit on top of one of their arcologies, destroying it completely.
Dick move.
Well, Ares are a weapons manufacturer first and foremost, and if you're going to pick on them as an R&D company, it's really your fault. After that, basically the corporate court kind of went, cool, do you all want a peace now? And they were like, yeah. After that, the reparations were effectively that a lot of corporations who were originally on the board of Proteus, basically controlling what it does, and had stepped back, came back in, took control of it again on this company board. So a lot of European companies, including things like Rua Metal and Allied Chemie, basically became the de facto board of directors. They then had to pay the reparations themselves for getting the company's control back. The company itself tends to specialize in research by playing a lot of the bigger corporations off against each other by effectively selling its research to everyone. And everyone's like, cool, well, I don't want to harm this person because they're giving me research. I'll just harm the other people involved. And so they basically got this middle ground area. You do find that there were rumors about them being financed by FBV up until the mid-60s. FBV being the Frankfurter Bankeviren, which is another, I think they're a AA corporation based in Germany. They are probably the biggest banking corporation that is literally just banking. Recently, FBV, Proteus, and Allied Chemie being basically a chemical company based in Europe, have all grouped together and are debating, or it's rumored that they're debating, merging to become a corporation big enough to resist the mega corporations currently trying to push the corporations down, and maybe even pick up a mega corporation AAA slot, which might become available since the mega corporations are currently having a little bit of an issue at the moment with their stock price. There's a lot more background in terms of the corporate court revision that goes on from there, but I can tell you about that some other time. That's the main salient points about Proteus AG.
As we're taking off.
As you're taking off, Jade, you accidentally come across and you forget that while you're looking in some dodgy files that you've had to spoof your way into, you may have forgotten your Overwatch score got pretty high. And with that, God comes down on you, and you get forcibly kicked out of the Matrix, having to take dump shock damage, as basically the Grid Overwatch division go, no. You don't do that, hacker. And a guy in a grey trench coat appears near you, pulls out a sword, and as you turn around, the sword swings down at you, and instantly it touches your avatar. Oof, you go offline. You suddenly get dumped out. You take dump shock. And I will need to look up the dump shock rolls. I did not expect this to happen quite so quickly. I think it's
I have some
success.
resistance, so hopefully I'll be okay.
You should be fine. I assume you were you doing hot sim or cold sim for your matrix processing?
Hot sim.
Okay, sorry. Dump shock.
While the plane's setting off, I get into one of the proper seats and get it in position. Everything. I look slightly uncomfortable. You could probably infer that it's about being on a plane.
Okay.
You're gonna be banging on the walls.
Okay, so yeah, it's
only
6p
slightly.
if you're in hot sim. Dunk shock is biofeedback damage, so you resist it with willpower plus firewall. Okay, so if you roll willpower plus firewall to resist the dump shock.
So 7, and willpower is 6. So I have to just roll those together. How do I do that? Roll.
So if you just want to, I don't know if you've activated the macro down the bottom for SR dice, but that's a macro that you can just type in 7 plus 6 or whatever, or like 13, and it will roll the dice for you.
Oh wait, no, that's wrong. Sorry.
So you need another 6 on top of that. So yeah, if you want to roll another 6.
Okay.
So with 7 successes, you get kicked out of the Matrix and dumped. But you take absolutely no damage. And apart from a mild headache, and your deck kind of has the little overheat warning light that comes on, and it's going... Whoop, whoop, whoop,
Her deck is implanted. What does that mean?
So you see the lights on my face, or like the little marks on my face start kind of like lighting lightly.
And there's a slight sound of a...
And I'm kind of just going like this with my head.
Jade, front and center, we're gonna need you paying attention. I'm sub-vocalizing this right now. You alright? Something's off about all this, but keep it on the down low for now.
I'm fine. I'm fine. It's okay. Sure. And she kind of like looks a little disoriented, but walks over and sits down.
The deck also has to resist damage as well.
Oh shit. Okay, now what do I need to do?
Your head's gonna explode.
Yeah, if the deck does
when
explode.
your deck is on your face, it's like, what
Everybody else
happens
in the
if
party
something
just
goes
gonna be
horribly wrong?
Yeah, so the deck has to resist... where is it? God damn it. Why is God so complicated? You know, I'm just gonna ask chat. Chat, tell me where I find out exactly what you resist that damage with. I think it's firewall plus device rating or something like that. It's not device rating because decks don't have a device rating. Double firewall maybe? Chat, tell me, chat. Why is God so complicated? That is a good quote.
Everyone's paying F for respect. No. I don't want to die. This is firewall plus willpower, which is what we already rolled.
We'll
Someone
just get
says
another
page
Jade.
231. It could be the page.
Oh, they hit you for 12 matrix damage. So it's a matrix damage resist test, which is, again, the same thing, I believe. Firewall plus willpower. So that one would be firewall plus willpower again. So if you want to roll me firepower plus willpower.
So that's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So it's 13 dice.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to edge this beforehand? Okay, afterwards? You do resist 7 of it. You will still take 5 points of physical damage. Do you want to edge that?
Sure, yeah, I'll edge it. I have
Okay.
a full. So what should I reroll here?
So you got 7 successes out of your... So you've got 6 die left.
Okay, so 6 die left. 6.
Man.
3. So I can do 3 more?
No, only when you post edge it, you only do get to do it once. So you take 2 points of physical damage.
Okay.
So with that, while you've got this headache, you don't notice, but out of your ear, a little bit of blood begins to pool in your headphones. Oh wait, no,
so
it's
would
matrix damage to the deck, someone's saying. Okay, yeah. Well, your deck takes 2 points of matrix damage, so your deck is fine.
So under wounds, do I put 2?
It's the deck that takes the matrix damage.
Okay, so
Sorry.
under the damage miscellaneous. I'm just trying to figure out on this.
Playing with
character sheet, 'cause
technomancers for
this
so
character sheet's
long,
weird.
trying to figure out what deckers do when they die. Yeah,
So
your
on
deck.
Matrix,
Yeah,
on the
you-
Matrix sheet that you have for me, would it go under the damage?
The problem is it's not your persona damage; it's your deck.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying under the Matrix,
Yes, yeah.
under my cyber deck, do I put it under
Yes,
2 damage
yes,
under
you do.
the miscellaneous? Okay.
And then because you're in hot sim, you'll take 2 points of biofeedback damage from the deck coming through.
But I have +2 to resist biofeedback damage.
Yeah, effectively, I think you'd end up resisting that anyway. So for simplicity's sake, especially since it's a critical glitch, I'll say you're fine for that.
Okay, because I got the biofeedback filter.
Yeah.
Damn, that was intense. Okay. I guess maybe you might not see it yet, but actually no, maybe some of her hair like turns a little red near her ear, and you can just see a little bit of blood, and she kind of like just wipes it away and wipes it under her shirt or something.
Are you okay, dear? You seem to be, and he hands you tissue as Charles leans forwards.
I take the tissue and I like use it, and I'm like, I'm fine. It happens sometimes, you know, implants and all.
I'm very sure that is just a normal implant problem. Definitely not doing any untoward poking where you maybe shouldn't.
She kind of like brushes it off, like, you know, whatever.
Don't worry, when we're in the air, your comlink on your cyber deck can only reach so far. So all your signals are being relayed via the antenna on the plane. So I am aware that you just took somewhat of a heavy pounding, considering the pilot just informed me that there was quite a lot of static being sent through the aerial there. So I hope you're okay.
Sitting
She
in my
just kind of
corner.
gives like a sly smile and goes back to sitting back in her chair and leans back.
Without even really looking up at my chair, seeing that her ear is bleeding, I just start doing some hand motions and I cast a heal spell for 3 boxes of physical damage, apparently.
Yeah, Maggie, your ear, Jade's ear, completely feels fine now. There's a slight tingling sensation, but the blood has stopped. You good?
That doesn't affect my deck though, right? I still have the damage on my deck.
No, your deck still's got the damage.
Figure so much. You get a message from Jade that says, thanks. Just to you, tag.
Okay. So if our messages are being relayed through the antenna, now that my character knows that, although he would have assumed that anyways, it's probably going to be a pretty quiet ride. I don't
to
really
each other,
wanna
you're
talk to-
fine, because your devices have range, but as soon as you're over, like, the ocean, you have to send the message through the plane to get anywhere, because it's the only thing that's got a powerful enough signal.
I make sure to look up a whole bunch of like Scandinavian and German
They don't get
porns,
access to your browsing
just
data,
to see what
though.
we're getting
The
to.
way the Matrix works is they won't get access to your browsing data. The Matrix is basically a interconnected cloud, but they would be able to know if there's a lot of traffic suddenly going, and one way that people tried to attack you through the deck is to send basically a whole ton of data, which is why you could tell about Jade. Gatto, you would know that. Tag, you wouldn't, so you might be still quiet. At this point, Charles kind of sits down opposite you guys, cracks out something from the minibar. So, one of the reasons that I particularly wanted to get your group involved was, quite honestly, I've had difficult time convincing my superiors that I need more allocation for this job. Now, I'm pretty sure that the people involved have probably caught me poking around a few times, which is why I do not want to be doing this myself. They recognize my face, and that will blow my cover. But I have not been able to requisition anyone, not even a drone, to be able to keep a tab on this property. It's somewhat problematic considering, quite honestly, this particular person who I'm working for pays quite well, and yet Argus have not been able to requisition anyone to help me. So, luckily I have some black budget accounts still left.
Sure. A minor clarification about the conversation earlier with the orichalcum. You said they were mining it? Can you explain that a little better?
Well, sort of. But orichalcum is normally produced by, as you probably know as a magic practitioner, by basically mixing 4 different elements together and doing some magical mumbo-jumbo. Sorry, I do not understand too deeply. I know that you are a magical practitioner, so you probably know better.
Sure.
But after the year of the comet, some magical orichalcum deposits appeared as natural alloys in the ground. Now, many of those have since faded, but from what I understand, Proteus have been trying to hunt more deep-sea deposits that still might be there. They are one of the few companies who specialize in deep-sea operations and might be able to do that. The issue is that the Sea Dragon kind of has domination, or at least claimed domination, over that 2/3 of the world. The Sea Dragon does not take kindly to people poking around the ocean.
Sure.
So it puts him in an unenviable position.
Yeah, of course. It seems like he's sitting on top of a gold mine that only he has the ability to access.
Well, it's a she, and she is not particularly pleased with any metahumans whatsoever, yes. The Sea Dragon is not to be trifled with. And then again, what dragon is these days, yeah?
Yeah, no kidding. Well, that clears it up nicely. I wasn't quite sure if it was just a slip of the tongue or whatnot. You know how long our flight's gonna be? Do you know when we're gonna be landing?
Probably about an hour maximum. We've been going for about 10 minutes. They won't be particularly long.
Sure. Just a short little
question. Can I use a toolkit to kind of fix some of that damage that I have?
Yeah, if you've got an hour, you can do 1 test of the toolkit.
How long is the flight?
An hour.
An hour, okay.
So effectively, well,
Right.
the flight, you have about 45 minutes left, and it takes an hour, but I'll say you can have an hour. So if you if you've got a toolkit on hand, you can try fixing the deck.
Alright. Yeah, I guess she'll like excuse herself to the restroom. Is there a restroom on the flight?
There is
Okay.
probably actually 2 cubicles, one of which has like a small shower and stuff as well in it.
Alright, I'm gonna try to like finagle my way over that way then.
We got
Okay.
the swank plane.
So with a little bit of excusing yourself, you manage to hop over the duffel bags and get inside the cubicle, pulling up your top and pulling out a little access slot in the back of your ribs, just below the shoulder blades, effectively like old-fashioned VCR players that go, "Tff," and you can pull like the tape out. Your part of your shoulder blade goes, "Tff," and you pull the cyber deck out, and it's a little bit frazzled. There's a slight smell of like burnt metal or burnt plastic there.
Alright, and that's my logic plus hardware.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay, go ahead.
Gatto. You want to jump on a matrix real quick and see how much information you can dredge up on this dragon? Does she have a name? I look back at Charles.
Well, I presume so, but not one that anyone knows. She goes by the Sea Dragon. And she is not particularly prone to talking with many people, although I understand that she has been talking recently with the people in Boston, mainly to avoid not killing them all over the amount of pollutants that are dumped into the sea there. They have promised to clear it up. So apparently she does occasionally negotiate. Yes,
see.
you heal the deck.
All right, what was the
Fully?
Yeah, your
what,
deck's
what do
completely
you roll
healed.
for matrix search?
So Matrix Search is if you open up the very handy.
Oh, I know. But what do you roll?
Okay, so a Matrix Search cheat sheet says, if I just expand the cheat sheet, the cheat sheet is not expanding for me. It's just a spinning circle. This is great right now. Okay,
Don't
let's
get
get the
there,
physical copy of the cheat sheet.
Oh man. Oh,
Matrix
it's up.
Search is
Oh no, it's still spinning.
computer plus intuition. Limit is
Oh,
data
okay.
processing, which is device rating for a normal comic.
Oh, I only got 9 dice. Ugh.
Ooh.
What was the limit? Sorry.
Limit would be your device rating. Everybody, by the way, after like 5 minutes, you notice that Jade said she'd popped to the bathroom. She's still not back. After 10 minutes, she's still not back. Jade, you were literally doing this during the landing of the plane as well, like right up until the last minute. There are like tiny little screws
guys. It's okay.
lined up on like every surface you have, and you're carefully like editing the cyber deck, pulling off little circuit boards, fixing a few things, getting like the toolkit out, like, soldering iron. It's awkward, but you're managing it in such a tight confined. What do you want to search for, Gatto?
I was looking for the what do you call it? The she dragon.
Sea
Didn't have the
dragon.
exact name though. Did it? Sea dragon? Yeah. Well, she is a she, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Where do you find the device? Like, what am I actually searching with in this case? What would it be? Just the
You
data
don't
jack?
have you don't have a cyber deck, so it'd be a comlink.
No.
What is your comlink's device rating?
Ah.
Okay. Look that up and we'll come back to it.
Yeah. No problem.
With that, Tag, Deadbot, have you got any pressing questions you want to ask Kane or anything you want to do in the flight?
I'm
I'm gonna keep tight-lipped for the most part.
Okay.
I don't say anything.
I think I recognize your face. He leans in towards Deadbot. So, did I see a picture of you recently with only half your trousers on, running down the street?
Excuse me. Like, for a moment, I don't notice he's talking. I'm like, I shouldn't think so.
Probably just a passing curiosity. I doubt it. When Deadbolt goes to work, he's like a shadow wrapped in fog.
I've got that sort of face. So I get mistaken for a lot of people.
Deadbot, make a deception check.
Oh man, good luck.
Does he get any help from my interference?
I don't know if you genuinely, you might not know about this actually. Deadbot might have told you.
That's true.
So I assume that you were being truthful as far as you were aware. So
Yeah.
So by deception, is it con?
Con, yeah.
Right. 2 successes.
Oh, wrong one. I'm pretty sure I saw it was you. Let me have a look here. He pulls out a comlink.
Damn it! I've got a bloody fame score now.
And he flings a picture across, and across one side of the seats that you're currently sitting opposite, a little holographic display appears with a 3D image of Deadbolt. Half his trousers ripped, a little bit of blood trickling down his leg from where the barbed wire caught him, hopping down a street somewhere in the middle of London. Tag, you're seeing this for the first time.
Well, it appears though I was wrong. Deadbolt, what are you doing with your ass out running around London in between runs, man?
But it wasn't exactly intentional.
Intentional or not, it's not a good look, man.
Sometimes these things happen.
Your ass falls halfway out? Mine has never done that. Are you sure?
Okay, so Gatto,
That was
while they're having
Limits.
this conversation, you managed
Limit's
to get...
5, by the way. So 7 success doesn't matter.
Oh, no, it's limit 5 for each roll. Your total is still 7.
Oh.
So,
okay.
with 7 successes on the Sea Dragon, you managed to find some basic information on the Sea Dragon. She's very protective of her territory. She has a few main bases, including one in Wales is her main base. But she does tend to go all over the world. She tends to have water spirits, certain meta creatures, like there are storm dolphins and stuff that kind of work for her. She's very protective of her trove. There are rumors about her having eggs or having other dragons' eggs or something to do with dragon eggs. You know that she's protective in mines or a calcum, perhaps, or at least that's what the rumors say. There are also rumors that she can occasionally, like, jump out of the water and fly short distances, or she has wings. There are other rumors that says she used to be the Loch Ness Monster. We're getting to the stage where there are a lot of rumors, however, as she is very secretive and doesn't really interact with most of humanity.
All right. Well, I stopped the test too early, actually, then, because I thought the final number I put in was going to be the limit, but the limit you say is on each roll. So can I just roll a little more?
Effectively, the first number is your number of dice. The second number is when you get to a certain number of dice left in your pool, stop. And then the last one is when you get the number of successes. So yeah, feel free to keep rolling with, I don't know how many dice you've got left.
I'm only going to roll 3 more times.
Yeah, so start with 6 dice in your pool and you can roll 3 more times. So 6 and then 3.
All right, so another 6 success. So 13 overall.
13. As far as you're aware, yeah, she does mine orichalcum. She uses a number of kind of mermaid-type creatures to do that. Her base in Wales is protected quite heavily, including by a number of water spirits. As far as you know, she doesn't really take above water. Nobody really has any good pictures or anything. Probably wasn't the Loch Ness Monster. Very large. Probably one of the larger dragons, in fact, if not the largest. And kind of a recluse, even from dragon culture. She doesn't seem to interact with anyone, really. She very much is protective. She hates people who pollute the sea. She has just attacked things that have tried to pollute the sea. Recently, she was negotiating in Boston with a group there about the fact that she wouldn't attack them and that they were going to get time to effectively clean up the sea around Boston. But beyond that, she is very reclusive. There is not a lot more information you can really glean from her. With only 13 on the test.
Okay, I'll pass that on to everyone.
As you're passing that on, is your friend okay? I know it's lady things, but she has been in there for a good 25 minutes now.
Oh, you know how it goes. You don't wanna bother a lady when she's in the water closet. We'll leave her be for right now. I'm sure she'll be right out in a moment.
I'm sure she will be. Another 15 minutes go by. It has been 40 minutes. You sure she's okay? Have you got her number? Did you give her a message?
I wasn't gonna say anything, but we may have had curry for dinner last night.
Oh, so...
Just give her some time. It's becoming awkward.
Make a deception check with +2.
Oh, God damn it.
She sends you a message and she's like, really, curry?
I said back, is either that or lady problems with like a shrug gift.
Fair enough.
Oh dear. 5 is not bad. I'm just gonna buy his hits and say you win. Like, he's actually really good. He might be able to see through you, but unlikely. I'm so sorry. I just did not need to ask. If you need to go, then we have one other toilet. But if all of you need to go, then we are at the stage of opening the door and letting you poop out of that, and then I have to worry about you hitting people on the ground below, and then aerial
With a
poop
poop
is...
sickle, yeah, I think I read something about that on the Matrix one time. Don't worry about me. I got an iron gut, and I punch my stomach. I have a terrible body score, so he probably notes how flabby I am.
The standing wave goes around your body, goes to the other side, impacts, and starts trickling back. So I'm very sorry for you. That maybe don't go to the same curry place.
Yeah, it's probably unwise.
I
If
mean,
you
I would
have
say
a,
don't take curry before runs, but I didn't give you much time. So maybe in future I give you
Yeah,
warning,
sure. I mean,
and then
we
once I
weren't
give you warning,
expecting-
you don't go for curry before the run.
Obviously, that
idea.
would be the chain of events.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, this was all on short notice, and so we barely had the curry halfway on our mouth, and we're like, "Oh shit, it's gonna be a run." Well, damn.
Then the run gave you the runs.
Yeah,
It's not a
exactly.
deal.
I was gonna make the joke, but I figured it might be too crass for this company.
And he ruffles through like one of the drawers nearby. Well, when she gets out, you can give her some of these. And he like hands over some like effectively like Imodium.
It's Imodium.
You should hopefully sort it out. You take 2 now, and then you take 1 after every subsequent lady problem movement.
Movement. Like it's a musical number from the classical era.
Why are always
over
the
the
best
tannoy.
conversations about food?
Yep, over the
And
tannoy. We're coming to land. If you want to buckle up or whatever, either that or you could just flop about in the back there. We're coming in pretty steep here. There's a lot of air traffic at the moment. Okay,
The
thank
bolt
you.
had never unbuckled. He
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm
like
already
the news
buckled
that we're landing rapidly.
Jade kind of like is using her legs and her one elbow to like kind of keep herself braced while still fixing the final touches.
Make me an agility plus hardware roll. This is a very weird roll, but this is to try and make sure you don't lose any screws and you manage to brace yourself properly without flopping over and into the vacuum toilet.
So, okay, so hardware is normally plus large.
Yeah, so how much is your hardware skill? And then how much is your agility skill?
I don't know how to tell that. I have 8 dice for hardware.
How much is
And
your
then
logic?
my agility is 3.
Okay.
That's 11, but...
So your logic is 5, so your hardware must be
5.
3, so that'll be 6 die for this test. And that's 1 hit. No glitch though, so one of the screws goes ting, 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 and around the pan, and you quickly grab it before it goes in. Breaking your deck would be very awkward considering how expensive that is.
Yeah.
And you do end up like falling down pretty hard on your ass at some point during the landing with a poof as the wheels touch ground. But you don't end up like in a compromising position in the toilet or anything. But it does kind of smart a little bit, and you slot the cyber deck back in. And it seems to be working.
Yeah, I have 0 successes, so I don't know.
0 successes. Oh,
Yeah, 0.
it's
I
the
don't
dice on my
wanna-
screen. There
I
was
don't
literally a
wanna-
5 on my screen, but for the chat log, you're right.
Okay,
0
I just
success.
want to be like fair
That
player
is very
here.
fair. That is very fair. But with 0 successes, you end up, as you try and brace yourself, you slip. You still manage to catch the screws and stuff, but as you catch the screw and pull yourself up, you slip over, and your hand goes straight into the toilet. Luckily, it hasn't been
Nice.
used
Never.
recently.
All right, then I'm quickly gonna dry my hand and try to get the last screw in.
And with that, well, your friend isn't out yet. We have presumably can you do this out of a submission or? Is she okay?
What was that? I'm sorry. My cat was attacking me, and I'm bleeding now.
I'm very sorry for you. Is that some sort of mage thing? Your friend
Yeah.
is still not out, and we are now landed and taxiing. And at some point, I have to let customs come on board. I was hoping you could leave beforehand, and I could pay them some bribes to hopefully let them not look in those duffel bags that totally do not carry like
Yeah.
assault rifles and stuff.
Yes. Please not. Yes.
I sub-vocalized over to Jade. I said, "We gotta go now. It's starting to get suspicious."
She sends you a message saying, "Just wrapping up," and hopefully, am I done?
You're done.
Okay, yeah. So I come out and clearly I know that I'm supposed to be pretending that I have bowel movement problems. So she's kind of just like holding her stomach as she comes out.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I gave your friend some medicine. Hopefully that will help. Maybe just go set light on Sakari next time?
I hand her the pills and I say, very explosive diarrhea, and I kind of look at him sideways.
She like just looks really embarrassed and it's just
Jade, make me a deception check. Tag, you can do one as well.
Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at this stuff.
It's okay. It's okay. Everyone in chat, there's a perfect emote for this. Just type in :HAN and tab, and you'll get hanky. It's
It
fantastic.
should just be ::.
Where's the deception? Is that under social impersonation?
Calm.
Yeah, it'll be under social skills
Con?
above etiquette.
Oh my god, I'm gonna be so bad. I only have 1 dice for this.
Wow.
You got a success!
You did get a success. He
There you
does
go.
look a little bit at Jade, because Jade went, oh yeah. Hand on stomach. And it was a little bit like, well, I hope you're feeling better. You're not sure he entirely believes you, but he's going along with it.
Yeah,
He's
that on
paying
top
us to
of not
spy
doing
on
rough
people.
fights
What
in
does he
general.
care if we shit or not?
The fact that you probably chose to come up with a story about shitting in his bathroom.
What else do people do in bathrooms?
For an hour.
50% of the activity, well,
it's gonna
30%
smell
of
like
the
nobody
activity
was
takes
in
place in
there.
there.
Hey, not gonna. I know some people who's are in the bathroom for a long time, on average. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm one of them. Ever since the invention of cell phones, smartphones
hour?
have
You're just
ruined my
like,
an
bathroom.
hour.
yeah,
They've made
yeah.
my bathroom experience too comfortable. You just be sitting there all day. Like,
But anyway,
sometimes
I've
you gotta go.
sent you all the information that
Maybe
we have
she doesn't
on
get enough
the-
fiber. You don't know.
He hands her like a granola bar. I've sent you all
We
the information we
crash
have on the submarine and its projected course, and hopefully you can narrow down where it is going on the coast. It says not much here. As far as I can tell, it needs to go into a small berth, preferably out of the way of people, so it does not get seen. That's probably limited for you. But I now have to get to a meeting, so he glances back at the toilet. If you are okay, I need to quickly bribe some guards. If you will head to the gate down there, they should be ready to let you out.
Thank you very much. We'll pass this information and see what we can accomplish using it.
Sure. Here's my comlink number. Tell me when you are ready to leave, and we will get you right back. This is Charles Kane.
Sure. Thank you. Do you have a place? Where did we actually land the plane? Where are we right now?
You're at a small commercial airfield just off the coast, just above the border with the Allied German states.
Okay. Do you have a place prepared that we can? I know we're supposed to be moving quickly here. Is there any type of hotel or residence real fast that we could do some of our recon work from?
Not that I have planned. I do have a reservation for a vehicle under your name. If you go down the street there, it should be just on the left. And that vehicle is available for the entire day, paid up. If you need more than that, let me know, but I do not anticipate this being more than a few-hour job.
Sure. I'm going to judge his intentions as he says that.
Sure. Okay. Let me... He does seem to be legit. Like, he's anticipating this to be a fairly short-term job. He's got a car set up for you. As far as you can tell, this guy is actually being... For an intelligence operative, which is unusual, he seems to be quite on the level. He seems quite an honest character, as far as you can pick up. Although you are aware yourself that intelligence operatives do tend to be good at deception, etc., so you would still be wary about that. But you're
Sure.
pretty sure that he is being genuine.
As we walk away, I say, thank you for your help, Charles. I look forward to a successful venture together. We'll get back to you in a day or so with the information we've gleaned.
Do not worry about it. Hopefully it'll only be a few hours, and then I can take the plane back with you. You can be back, you can go to sleep, you can finish off the curry remains that you have left over. I do not recommend that. That might not be a good idea. But yes, let me know if you get any information.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have any more curry problems. She stays on that any longer, she's going to be inside out. I think we're all right. Charles, we'll meet you back at the airfield. And with that, I nod and I kind of turn around and I get on my phone and I forward his name to my intelligence operative from As Technology. Just that with his name, any info available, question mark.
Okay, what's his connection again?
He's pretty well connected. He is a 5 connection and a 5 loyalty.
Damn, that's pretty good actually.
Okay, roll me 6 die.
Like Shadowrun style.
Yeah. Okay, you don't get a reply back instantly, but we'll see. You've sent the message, so it may come back. Due to time shift, your contact's in America. It's still their workday, so you should be good for reply if he works normal hours and is not asleep.
Okay.
With that, you step down. It seems to be dark. There are floodlights lighting the small airfield, and the gate at the end of the runway that you're just taxiing past does seem to be open, and suspiciously no guard there at all. Your duffel bags are with you, and with that, you head out of the airfield and prepare to find yourself your hire car so you can have a little bit of a jaunt around Denmark. With that, we're going to go to a quick break. I will be back with you in 8 minutes. Hopefully we can crack out our run today entirely, if we can in the next part. But we will be back shortly. Feel free to go check out our Patreon, go check out the Twitters, go check out the subreddit, go check out all the things related to Shadowrun, and we'll be back with you. So, don't critical glitch. Welcome back to Shadowrun Roll4It. We're continuing where we left off a few minutes ago after the before the break. So the group have got a mission to go track a submarine, check a handoff of a material between a couple of groups, and then just go back. They're all doing this tonight. It's a very quick mission, short time frame. They met a lovely, probably German, maybe Swiss man who apparently works for an intelligence agency, and they didn't have any battle problems.
People were trying to guess if that was your Russian accent, and everyone's like, no, I know his Russian accent. That's not Russian.
That's definitely the Russian accent. The Russian accent is terrible. This one is worse. And so with that, you've been dropped off at a small, presumably private airfield just inside the Danish coast, just above the Allied German states border. With that, you get to the street, and you quite easily spot that there is a rental car company a few blocks down.
Tag.
What kind of
Did
car
you
is it?
Yep.
did you get the name for the rental car?
You said it should just be. I assume this is like the only car, right? We're kind of in like a weird Shetland island. Like it seems like we're like in a place where people don't normally go.
Yeah, it's a pretty small town you're in. Not many people walking about at this time of night. You're probably pushing, considering the time jump, probably about 11 p.m. But when you do get down to the rental car company, you notice that there is one kind of old troll. You can tell by the way that his tusks have started to yellow and his horns are flaking a little bit, who's currently just polishing one of the windows on the car. Oh, you here for the late night, last minute booking? Name of...
Oh, man.
What's name of Zod?
Yeah, that's us, oh man. You want to get moving?
Yeah, and he flicks you effectively a code for the car. They don't use keys anymore. And it... Boop, boop. Nearby, a car unlocks. It seems to be some sort of Mercedes sedan, like a reasonable car, not anything super flashy.
Hey, thanks, amigo. I wire over 50 new yen. I know it's inconvenient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you got any problems, let me know. Thank you.
Will do. Has anybody touched this car aside from you and your company lately?
No, we had to pull it out. Was closing up shop before we got the order. Stay extra long. We've got contracts with some of the services around here, and they tend to want, cars last minute, so we're ready to do whatever we need to. I hope the fishmonger business is alive this late at night, but you are fishmongers, right?
Yeah, we're out to catch a big fish. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why you'd want a car this late at night, but the halibut company, they occasionally need this stuff late at night, so we have a contract with them.
All right. Well, thanks for your help. We'll have the car back to you nice and bright and shiny shortly.
No problem.
I want to do a quick scan to make sure none of our things got tagged, as well as the vehicle. If that's a thing that I can do.
It'll be a matrix perception to see any hidden devices running within 100 meters.
Whoa.
Okay, so you notice that there is a shotgun within 100 meters that's running silent. You also notice that there is one camera, but beyond that, there is nothing else running silent in the area.
The camera's in the car?
No, the camera's within 100 meters of you.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sadly, you have no idea where the camera is unless you actually try and hack it.
Well, assuming Tag gave me the code, I'm gonna hop in.
Yeah.
Turn the shit on.
Okay, you jump in the car.
I'll get in the car as well, and I'm going to mention that they're through voice to text to voice to you guys. There is a camera. Should I remove us from it? All right, I'm going to hack into the camera then and try to change it so we were never here.
So firstly, you need to get a mark on it. So if you want to hack on the fly.
Okay.
Anybody any good with puzzles here? Because we need to figure out where the hell this submarine's gonna come up. I say as I start to puzzle through some of the info on my AR display.
Yeah, you do get a mark.
And then it's edit file.
Yeah, it'd be an edit file.
And that is a computer data firewall. Okay. Woo.
And with that, you find the footage that covers the forecourt, watching you go pick up the car, and you slowly just pick up your hand, and you just wipe it over the air on the footage where you are, and you disappear. And you just go forward a little bit and continue doing that, and yeah, you disappear from that footage. The car just drives itself out of the lot.
Is there a way to like maybe put somebody else in place, or like change the face or something of one person?
You put MacGyver in there.
Sure. You kind of take Deadbolt and you just move the proportions a little bit, and then put like the face of Maria Mercurial, who is a pop star who's kind of left and then come back and is having a sort of awakening on the scene recently. She's kind of an elvish pop star who was mainly active during the 40s and 50s. She's going through a comeback tour at the moment, which has kind of been going on for the last decade, as you do. Elves,
long
right?
tour.
She's touring everywhere, like the entire world, just over and over and over and round constantly. And then just
You only know about her because Deadbolt has posters of her all over his room.
pretty much. Honestly, Deadbolt, she was a little bit, you were probably 30 or 40 at the time. Actually, probably 40 or 50 at the time. No, probably about 40. So she might be actually a bit old for you. Like, you were like, nah. Sorry, young for you. You'd be like, no. They had better music back before she was famous. But,
Yeah, kids these days.
yeah, no respect to their elders. Gatto, as you turn the car on, music blares out the speakers. Someone left it tuned onto one of the radio channels.
Off.
I guess I send a message to you all and say, we would never hear.
I send back an emoji with thumbs up.
Is there a channeler that has some relaxing music on it?
Yeah, you flick through a few channels and you eventually come across one that's playing some sort of vaguely oriental music of some kind.
Perfect. So, J Tag, any idea where we're going?
Well, let me have a look at this info here. I say as I start to munch on like a munchie bar that I produced from the inside of like my coat.
So the information you have shows that the submarine is coming down vaguely in this direction on the coast. It's expected to dock somewhere around here, give or take maybe 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers either way. The submarine itself is capable of doing about 30 knots, is about 18 meters long. The displacement is fairly minimal. It's not a big submarine by any means. It probably needs water depth. It's to stay completely like invisible right up until the shore. Probably needs water depth of about 6, maybe 7 meters.
Do we have any equipment or kit that would help us find a large metal cylinder that moves through the ocean? We would need some way to, I can extrapolate. Is there any way I can do like a logic check to see like based on the trajectory where they might go with a better degree of certainty?
That's already been done, which is why it's limited down to the 30 kilometers either way kind of figure.
So yeah, with the information they gave us, we can't extrapolate any further how close it's going to be, and so we'll need some kind of technology to divine where this thing's going to pop out.
Did we be told that the shipment was secret?
Yeah, they were trying to keep it clandestine and under wraps, which is why it's being transported by submarine.
We might be able to track it with the spy drone, but I don't know how well it's going to see underwater.
Well, if it's
it's worth a shot.
Surface.
I'm wondering if I can somehow matrix hacks my way through there and search.
Water is a very, very good insulator against Wi-Fi, and salt water is incredibly good. Like each centimeter of water is a point of noise rating.
Wow.
Something a meter underwater is 100 noise.
Yeah, and my thing is that's only if I'm closer. I'm just going to be like, the water part kind of causes a little bit of a problem.
Would I notice, because the water is teeming with life, if I astrally project and I head to the ocean, would I notice an opaque spot if I was flying around looking for it? Because everything else is full of algae and things that have life and have mana in them. A submarine would be like a big black spot in like a sea of activity.
Technically, it would be underwater, but actually, it's not a bad idea. Now, bear in mind that your speed at which you can travel in the astral is reduced by going through objects. So if you want to swim around a little bit underwater and have a look, you can do that. Your speed will be heavily curtailed, so you won't be able to go like 100 meters a turn or whatever. You'll probably be able to go...
It's 5 kilometers like every few seconds. It's pretty fast.
Yeah, slow combat speed in combat speed time is 100 meters per turn, I think. So yeah, you'd be going maybe like a kilometer every few seconds or whatever. But yeah, you could definitely do it.
I've only got to cover 30, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, and considering that basically you know roughly where the submarine started and then where it's aiming for due to its trajectory, the further it gets towards land, the closer it will get towards being left or right and the bigger sort of dispersion. If you go and you like intersect it now, it's going to only be so little bit left and right. You could find it a lot quicker because it's only had a tiny bit of time to diverge from its course.
Okay. Well, there is another possibility that I'm not considerably, I'm not considerably enthusiastic about it, but I could go swimming around in the astral under the water, which, I'll be frank with you, I don't like this at all. There's all kinds of weird nasties in the astral once you start going into the forest and the ocean and all kinds of whatnot. But anyways, the thing is the ocean is tremendously alive, and when I'm in the astral, you see amounts of color based on how much life is around. Layman's terms. That means if we see a submarine, it should be like a big black hole in the middle of just a giant tapestry of color. It should be fairly easy to find, theoretically.
So wait, are we looking for the submarine or are we looking for the crate?
Submarine for now, so that we can get Deadbolt on board to get the crates.
Oh, the crates are on the... I thought they were at the harbor. I guess I was confused.
Well, they listed the origin site was one of the arcologies, right? So this is a drop-off site.
Okay. Well, don't we know the drop-off location? Wouldn't it be best to kind of stake out there and then hopefully they'll have some cameras, things like that? I can try to at least give us some information on that end.
Yeah, out of character question. If I were to toss up the Optic X2, what kind of visual area does it have? Because I presume it's not just going to be like 10 feet across. It's going to have like a massive area because it flies high up, right?
Yeah, if it flies high up, it depends on what upgrades you've given it, but it should be able to see a fairly large area. Like it'll look down, it'll probably be able to see maybe a 5-degree cone, and a 5-degree cone from pretty high up. Like this thing can probably fly like a kilometer or two up. You'll be able to see a few hundred meters of ground if you're moving pretty fast, and you can sweep that in a search pattern. The downside is it will be underwater, and a submarine is designed to be underwater and not be seen overhead, but it depends what like upgrades you've got on there.
It doesn't have much of anything.
It's got a basic camera at night looking for a submarine.
Yeah, I was thinking more of looking along the shores to try to find out where there might be activity at this time of night.
Okay. If you want to make me you don't have any background in this, so it would be a logic test, just logic.
Go logic. Two.
Something about certain plankton at night getting churned up does something. You're not exactly sure what, but you're pretty sure there's a way of seeing plankton that's being churned up in the screws of a ship or something at night.
All that life you mentioned, Tag. All that life. It'll leave a wake behind the sub, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be disturbed?
Yeah, in some ways, manufactured goods would be very outside the element with regards to essence. The ocean is pretty much a living macrocosm, and so it should be very bright down there. Bright as the sun, if I'm correct. And there should just be a big black spot just in the middle of it that I should be able to see reasonably well. Now, because it's so alive and all that background color's in there, there's always a chance that something big and nasty grabs onto me and tries to, vampire my magical essence, but hopefully that won't be the case. It's either that or we set up some kind of jimmy-rigged sonar system, but if we sonar them and ping them, who knows? I mean, it's a sub that's run by...
No, we don't have time time for that. That would have been some special equipment. If Charlie expected that, he would have provided that. Don't you think, Tag? I mean, he would have had that ready to go. I think some of that life out there, some of that's going to be easily noticeable. Some of it's going to be glowing.
Well, maybe there's some of that kit's already around. There might be places nearby that are scanning for ships. I mean, it's a harbor.
True. I might be able to hack into something like that.
Well, how about we do everything and see what sticks?
Sure. Just be careful, Tag.
Sure. You feeling all right? You seem a little bit jumpy, Gato. Roll up my sleeve.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Thanks. And I'm going to go find a place to park and see if I can fish out of my bag the X2 drone and toss it up.
As you start pulling out and starting to drive around looking for a decent place to park, you suddenly realize that all the street signs are in Danish. You have no idea where you're going. You don't also have any maps off for this area. Make me a...
I would have thought that'd be automatic, like when you drive a vehicle in this area.
Grid Guide would say. Yeah, so Grid Guide would allow you to do that, but you wouldn't be able to read the street signs, and you're having problems configuring the computer. It'd be like, it's in Danish.
Would the AR notice that this is some other language and just all of a sudden like replace what you see on a sign with?
If you have Liquidsoft.
Yeah. How much would a cheap one be?
1,000 per point of rating.
And what point of rating would you need for just driving?
You could figure out how to translate the computer's hardware. Basically, it should have a Taurus function, but right now it's in Danish. So if you want to roll me an intuition plus... it'd just be an intuition check, because normally it'd be intuition in Danish.
Let's do it.
I could buy another program too, but
depending on how. Just one success.
One success. It takes you 5 minutes. You do manage to figure out how to change it into English via, funnily enough, actually translating it into Aslani. It starts talking Aslani, and Jade is like, wait, I got this.
Yeah. And
using your overlay, you manage to figure out how to change it into English. With that, you manage to set off. You find somewhere to park up near the coast, near Jutland. And sure, you can start doing your thing. So, Tag, you want to start flying away and sensing?
Yeah. I'm going to take it real slow, though. Like, I want to do this as carefully as possible.
Okay.
So as to, like, limit things going wrong, because the ocean is not the place for a super magically active human.
Yeah, so the ocean around here is definitely magically active. The Black Tide happened a few decades ago, which was a kind of magical storm that wrecked a lot of Denmark and also the UK. It's an interesting place. If you can make me effectively a sensing test, and also you'll need to make a intuition plus, I think I'll call it an intuition plus logic check, not to get lost as you kind of head out to sea and have to find your way back.
Good luck.
Gato, what did you want to look for?
First up, I want to toss the drone up, the X2, Optic X2, but I also wanted to do matrix search to see what plankton looked like at night from above, because it's got to be people videoing this stuff.
Okay. That's quite easy. In fact, I want to make you matrix search for that. Basically, if there are no lights nearby, and if you're churning up certain plankton in the wake of a screw, it does fluoresce ever so slightly. And if it's very, very dark, as in turn off all other light sources nearby, you can just about see a wake. if it's running shallow. If the submarine isn't running shallow, then no. But if it's running shallow, like it's getting near the shore, you would be able to see that.
Okay.
Okay,
Then
so
I'm going to try to put
you
the
send it-
drone somewhere ahead of where it's going, of where the sub was last seen.
Okay.
And just try to guess the direction, and we'll do some sweeping searches to see if we can find any type of glow and like something that's like obviously moving, like the wake of something.
Sure. So the drone doesn't have many upgrades, but you can try and look. So the threshold's going to be fairly high. Make a perception check, because you'll be looking through the drone's camera. Deadbolt, do you want to do anything?
Not sure if there's much I can do in this situation.
Don't worry, you'll come into this one later.
Just 2.
I've got 2 for my my intuition roll you wanted me to do. Do I get lost with a 2?
With a 2, you don't quite get lost, but you certainly get turned around. It takes you a bit of a time to find your way back afterwards, but you are out at sea.
I'm going to do... So is the sensing going to be extended, or how do we want to handle the
I'm going to say
sensing?
make just one sensing test, just to have it simple and speed things up. Gatto,
Okay.
You send the drone up.
I'm going to
Next
pre-edge.
hour, you don't find anything. Sure.
2 successes, so that was...
And no
Nasty.
6s, as far as I'm aware. At least not according to the dice on screen.
Yeah, no 6s. Jesus.
Damn. With that tag, you spend a good half an hour getting lost. You manage to get your bearings eventually. Still don't manage to see anything. Deadbolt.
Are we right on the coast where
You're
we
fairly
are?
close. You're within a few hundred meters of the sea.
All right. Well, while we're sat in the car and I see that like Tag's busy doing magic stuff and Gatto's controlling his drone and Jade's probably doing some.
I'll be
random
honest,
tech stuff.
probably the entire crew, apart from you, is currently passed out in some form or
Yeah.
another.
Pretty much.
It is you
Everyone's-
alone
I'm
by
just like,
yourself with a Sharpie.
After
You're not
failing...
limited to one Sharpie either. For some reason, this rental car has a wide variety of colors to choose from.
I decide to step out of the car and just walk a bit closer to like I don't know where cliffs or just a beach or something, and I just look up and down the coastline because I've got dark vision, and if I spot some torches, then it's like, hey, that looks like people setting up a secret night operation.
Sure. Make me a perception check. There will be a -2, but it's only a -2 for you because of your night vision.
Right.
Quick question. How often can you do just visual scans of an area with this drone?
I'm trying to basically it'll be one test for the hour, and then we'll do another test next hour, and so forth.
Okay.
Deadbolt, you don't really see anything particularly going on. Looks like someone's having a little bit of a party over the coast a little bit further away. They've got some like blaring music going on in here in the background. But you look in the other direction, you can see like some fences and stuff with warning lights on them, and you can get like a little bit closer, and you see that they're blaring effectively an AR tag, which says, warning, area contaminated off limits. Black tide spell effectively, which is effectively this place has been contaminated during the black tide.
I do a little to that, and after a while, wander back to the car. And I always make sure to keep it in sight, seeing as everyone in there is passed out, and we're doing a secret operation here. I don't want them all getting murdered while
Yeah.
I'm set out here looking at the
I
sea.
head back to my body after that.
Okay. Jade, what do you want to do?
First things first, because I kind of had an issue there. I would like to buy a program. So
Sure.
I want to get the baby monitor program
Cool.
and download that. I don't know how much that's going to cost me.
It's fairly cheap.
How much is fairly cheap? Like $250?
Something like that.
Something like that. Okay.
Basically, like, I'm
will
pretty sure you can afford it.
Okay. And then I am going to see what programs are nearby or what devices are nearby. So I guess I'm going to quick.
Yeah, I mean, look
Yeah, but-
around and see devices nearby without having to roll. It's only if you want, like, hidden devices. Within 100 meters, you can see, I mean, all your allies. You've kind of parked a little bit away from the town just to be able to get out of the noise and make sure no one investigates what's going on with your, effectively, intelligence gathering operation being run from your sedan. As far as you can tell, actually, really not much going on. There are a few tags that are blaring over there about a warning to stay out of the area contaminated by the black tide. And over there, you can see a few low-rate comlinks and what appears to be like a giant jukebox that are currently blaring out some music.
Okay. Yeah, I want to look at like some hidden ones, if possible.
Sure. Make a matrix search.
I'm specifically looking at near that area where the drop-off location is supposed to be.
You don't know where the drop location is meant to be. You actually don't
Okay.
know. You're currently trying to find it, and you can only check within 100 meters of you. But you can make a matrix perception if you want.
Okay. We will do that. Oh, I forgot to change my thing. Okay, I didn't. Never mind. I'm good.
Okay. There are no hidden devices nearby.
Okay. None?
None. Other than yours.
Okay. Cameras, I guess if I can go in and like kind of go from camera to camera and see what I can see on there. Near the
there don't
harbor.
seem to be any cameras really obvious. I mean, in terms of harbors along this area, if you want to pull up like a map soft and have a quick matrix search at what harbors are available along the coast, you can do that.
Okay. So would that be a matrix search?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to switch the thing. No, I'm good though. Okay.
Okay. So your first is 5 successes. You can keep rolling this. Remember, it's an extended test. The first one, 5 successes. You do see that there is a medium-sized port nearby that tends to get a fair amount of freight traffic, etc. I mean, as much as this area of Denmark does, since it was hit pretty hard by the black tide. There is a certain amount going on there that people coming in and out. It's open all times of day, and it does have the capacity to maintain a small submarine because it's a pretty stationary harbour with a deep entrance that will allow a submarine to actually get inside fairly easily. You can keep rolling if you want.
Mm-hmm.
2 more. Nothing really stands out with 2 more. And you keep rolling and losing a die every time,
Okay.
like the normal extended test thresholds are.
Jesus.
Are you losing a die every time with those?
No, because I'm not rolling the extended.
Oh, yeah, if you want to do it as either it's one test or you have to do it extended.
So that would be 12 instead. Oh, cancel. This is really annoying to have to do this every time.
This is why I love the extended test script. It's brilliant. Critical glitch. Okay. So, with 17 successes, that was after the first one already, wasn't it? So yeah, you got that plus 5. So 22 successes. Just looking for harbors that could be nearby in the area, that could look after submarine. You find a few that stick out. Firstly, there's that harbor I talked about. Secondarily, there is a smaller private harbor that tends to work for yachts, etc. It would be a push to get a submarine in that close. The submarine would probably have to surface a fair way out and come in, since it's a fairly shallow draft on that beach leading up to the harbor. But you do manage to find that there is an abandoned tourist effectively attraction, which used to be submarine tours of the of the North Sea. They'd only just set up when the black tide happened, and the entire area is now covered by the hazard zone, effectively. It's not even that far inside the hazard zone. And because of that, it's presumably a concrete structure that has probably not worn away too much, and would be able to handle a small submarine. At that point, you notice that you have walked into a host where someone's watching you very intently, and they're looking at the information you're pulling up.
All right, I'm gonna get out.
Okay, you immediately
I
jack
don't know if I
out.
can. Yeah, I don't know if I can hide it after.
Well, you kind of
So
got your
jack
information,
out.
so you're free to jack out if you need to.
And then can I
Oh,
hide it?
that's a jack out test if you need to, like, do an oppose, like they're trying to trap you in there. You can jack out as an action anyway if you're not being link locked.
Okay.
So yeah, you jack out, you come back into the real world. Deadbolt, you suddenly turn around. Jay just woke up.
Oh, you alright? What happened?
Someone saw me.
Oh, crap. that going to be a problem for us?
Possibly. And I also glitched, so I don't know what else.
No, that's the critical glitch was someone saw you. That's
Okay,
why.
okay.
Literally, though, you did get just enough hits just before that happened, which is why you managed to get just enough hits to find out about the last place, and then the person saw you. Their avatar, as far as you're aware, looked like a person wearing effectively a dark hooded robe, and their face was just a mask of curling black smoke.
I'm gonna relay that as well as the information that I found in the 2 locations to everybody.
All right. I did spot the contamination area. I've got to say, if I was going to sneak something into the country, then seems like a good place to do it.
Sure. I pop back into my body at this point. Couldn't find anything in the ocean. It's not something to which I'm super accustomed. It's definitely outside my comfort zone. Hopefully, y'all drag up anything.
Just what I sent over.
Nothing
I
yet.
was in.
I'm gonna keep at it though.
All right. Well, so far, I was in the astral, so I wasn't able to hear what went on.
I sent you a file too, so I sent everybody what I found, as well as the hooded robed, like a quick screen grab of that guy. And I guess I'll relay to you as you come back in. Pretty sure someone saw me, the hooded fellow.
Well, it's no good, but at least we got some information in trade. How do we want to proceed then?
Would I recognize that guy, the hooded person, at all?
It's just one of these avatars. It's kind of more esoteric avatar, but it's quite a widely available avatar for its kind. Is there any actions you want to take, or do you want to keep looking, doing the whole drone, astral, etc. thing?
I'm gonna keep using the drone.
I figured the astral thing was a failure, so I just kind of came back.
You can do it again if you want, every hour effectively, but every hour does mean that the submarine will get closer to its destination, and you'll have less time to set up if you do find where it's going.
Did we get an estimate on what time the sub was expected to
between
make port?
2 to 3 hours.
Okay, so
Probably near 3.
another.
Do you think you could scout near the abandoned location?
That being
Me
addressed?
or- Yeah, who?
What? Sorry, you all talked at the same time.
Who are you talking to? Because we could all do it in one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, whoever. I mean,
the quickest
thing
person to
is,
scout would be Tag, because
that's his name,
Gata's drone will
scouting
take
the
time.
robot, so I figure, I don't know.
Gata's drone will take time to come back, because it's currently a few kilometers out over the sea. Actually hit the limit of its range, because it can only reach so far with its antenna. The quickest person to go check would be Tag, because Tag can go foof, foof,
Okay.
like
Yeah.
15 seconds.
I'm saying it's
Let me go
anybody's.
take a look. I
Well,
go
we
into
need
the
to spot
astral
some
again,
people out there, and we're good.
and I head over to the harbor, and I'm gonna look for any spirits or defenses or anything like that first.
You go through into the black tide area, and suddenly you can see these small wisps of black smoke coming off the ground in places, some places more than others. And while they are black in coloration in the astral here, they are glowing black. They aren't just colored black, they are glowing.
Is it similar to the black that the dark hooded guy had around him?
Not really, that's more... In a way, yes, but also this is very much a very weird astral phenomenon. And there will be a background count of 1, just normally. So if you can re-roll the sensing test, because there'll be a -1 on it. Tag?
Yeah.
Can
My
you re-roll the
sensing had a
sensing-
2 on it.
Pun?
Oh. Do you want me to re-roll it?
Yeah, we're -1 because of the background count.
Okay.
With 1 success, you do manage to find that there are people here near that harbour. you can definitely see what appears to be metahumans. None of them appear to be magically active. And they are walking around, some of them seeming to walk a perimeter around what seems to be some sort of rundown estate. A couple waiting inside. You can't really tell much more than that. You can't tell what type of metahuman they are. You can't tell if they're magically active. The background count is basically making your head like thump a little bit. Like your astral head feels like it's just pulsing. It's like a headache, but in the astral, which is very, very strange. And you can almost feel this cloying insidiousness, like almost a sickly sweet smell. It's not a nice place. The contamination here from the black tide is pervasive, but there are definitely people here.
And we can't communicate with him because he's in the astral, right?
No.
Okay, cool.
I head back, popping back into the car. I said I can't see anything. Background count is too loud.
You saw nothing? No one?
I mean, there's some people over there, but that's all I could make out. Aside from that,
But you saw people
nothing.
there. It's supposed to be abandoned.
Yeah, there's some people walking around. None of them are awakened, but yeah, astral scouting's not going to be real useful over there because of the black tide.
It was inside the contamination zone. Then there shouldn't be anyone there, right?
Regardless of whether or not there should be, there is.
I reckon we go check it out.
If that isn't suspicious, I don't know what would be.
I can probably sneak fairly close. I've got the gear for it. I don't know how, like, out of character would I know about how, like, the black tide is? Like, am I going to slowly die out there, or is it going to be fine?
Do you have any applicable history or magical knowledge?
I don't think so.
Make a logic test, just logic.
All right.
Couldn't Tag do that as well?
Oh,
That's
tag probably might know, yes.
Yeah, you should do that roll, Tag, for sure.
Deadbolt.
Figures on the
I got
roll that
2
doesn't matter.
successes.
The roll that's irrelevant, of course, I get 6 successes.
So yeah,
I
Tag,
got 2
you know quite a
successes on my
lot.
2 dice.
Deadbolt, surprisingly, you do know something about the black tide, considering you lived through it. The contamination there is partly toxic and partly kind of a background magic. It's a weird situation where it's effectively a toxic magic area. Because of the pollution that got pushed out of the sea at the same time as the black tide was also kind of a little bit infused with the manner of that. It wouldn't be too bad in this area, probably, if you don't spend too long in there or go in too bad an area. If you have any senses, that would really help. But provided you don't spend too long in there for too much time, you might be okay. But it entirely depends on if you step in an area which is way too high in background count. Presumably if there are people there, then it's okay, unless they're suicidal. Splat. Effectively all I said to Deadbolt, on top of, you know a lot more about the functionality and the makings of it, and you actually probably studied it at some point and did maybe a paper on it as part of your training. This area here in itself is a bit of a lower area. This isn't crazy heavily toxic. At least the area around the hab isn't. And especially since you did the astral perception around there, you would know that since it's only got a background count of 1 to 2, it's probably fine. It's where you start getting the higher background counts you've got to be a bit careful of.
Okay. Well, I actually had the benefit of writing a dissertation paper on this area back when I was younger. You should be fine. The contamination is not that severe. Just be careful. That's all I would say. I mean, if you see any, like, massive barrels with, like, skulls on them, don't lick them or nothing.
All right, I'll just make sure to watch my step.
I would say don't lick anything. I don't know why you would be.
What if there's candy in the warehouse?
I don't think I want to lick that either.
You don't appreciate candy enough.
With that, Deadbolt, you start sneaking your way slowly past the AI tags into the area. Gat, if you want to reorder the drone to come back over, it can get there just before Deadbolt does. It'll take a few minutes.
Can I
I'll
give
wear
him
the
my
chameleon
headset?
suit for this.
Can I give him my headset as well? Or my headphones?
Deadbolt does have an earbud.
I could technically put invisibility on you too if you really want it.
I I guess might as well, unless there's any
I mean,
particular reason.
It's going to
This
be
is-
bad if you walk through a mana barrier, but if that doesn't happen, you're good.
Well, you would have
Does earbuds
spotted a
do
mana
what my
barrier,
headphones
right?
do?
What do your headphones do?
My headphones are R6, and they basically hear a broader spectrum of audio frequencies, including high and low, outside of the normal metahuman audible spectrum.
Sure. Deadbolt.
Fine.
Jade
And then
offers
they
you
could
some
bas-
headset.
he could basically layer them in 6 different layers and decipher what's in each of those.
Oh,
So if there's
nice.
like sound, for each rating point, lets you select a single sound group, such as footsteps of patrolling guards, etc., and focus in on it. So
Yeah, Deadbolt. Jade offers you her headphones.
Oh, okay. And I put them on, and I guess I immediately start hearing weird, like, sounds that I didn't notice before and stuff.
Yeah, you were using like cheap, like knockoff earbuds before, and now you've got some like proper DJ headphones with some bling on them.
And then, like, feeding random background noise that I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it's like taking out the background noise and then picking out the audio tracks that you want, and then just getting like make sure people's voices are the crispest thing at the moment for you. And with that, you can stealth in if you want. Do you want to be invisible or not?
Well, does tag offer in character?
Oh yeah, I can make you invisible, or you can go in ups and downs. You go invisible, you hit a mana barrier, it's gonna be all kinds of trouble. If you go in, well, visible, you're not invisible, so it's up to you.
Did you see any mana barriers out there? You can spot that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah, on a normal auspices, sure, but with the I don't know, the weird magical radiation from the black tide all over the area, couldn't see much.
and she's like, don't lose those. Also, do you happen to have any laser microphones?
I have another one of those tags.
What rating?
I mean, they're not the best. They're rating 2.
She hands you hers. It's a rating 6.
All right.
but
Expensive
having to
stuff. I'll
borrow
try
all
and
the gear.
recover it if I can.
You might want to. You might want to get some of your own equipment there, Deadbolt.
Yeah, I know. I got some, but occasionally you miss these things, shopping lists and everything. Anyway, I mean, I reckon the invisibility thing's a decent idea. If I do end up, I don't intend on sneaking too far into the place, seeing as the crates won't be there yet if they're gonna be there.
Okay.
So, I reckon if I do trigger anything, I'll be far away enough to get away anyway, and it'll still be tough to spot with this stuff. And I look at the chameleon suit.
You see a
Fair
figure,
enough.
Yes.
which is just a disembodied head as he hasn't put the hood up yet, pluck at midair, and you see that the little bit of sea kind of shifts slightly to the side before fuzzing back and the image disappearing again. Gatto,
Alright, well, I'm gonna cast,
your drone reaches the target since the team is taking a while to prepare and starts doing a
Okay.
circuit. You can look
Yeah,
through.
what-
However, since it is very, very dark and there are no lights on around there, it will be at a -5.
Wow, even with vision magnification. Okay,
Vision magnification doesn't help against nighttime, though.
gotcha.
Sadly,
Yeah, it doesn't have anything for dark.
Yeah.
I have night vision. Huh.
Yeah.
I got
this
side eyes
drone
though.
needs some help. Someday I'll be able to afford it.
I feel really bad about it, but unfortunately, it's a place where there are literally no lights around.
So I'll be
sorry.
able to see if anyone takes any gunshots or something, though. Right?
Yeah.
Brief flashes of light. We'll see something.
Hey, Deadbolt, do you want to make me a stealth check?
All right.
I'm gonna follow him in the astral, just like keep an eye on him.
Sure. 4 successes? Okay, that's going to be the threshold for people spotting you. Now, if you can make me a survival check to make your way through without encountering anything too dodgy.
Oh dear.
No one takes survival in Shadowrun.
I forgot that like half the world has been claimed by magical weird stuff.
Yeah, but nobody ever plays campaigns in those areas, like ever.
I got a success though with my 1 die.
I was just looking for a glitch, or a critical glitch in this case. Tag, you can also roll a sensing check again. It will be at a -1 again, though.
Well, because of the chameleon suit, there's. I did. Actually, no. It says that it's adding to my limit for sneaking tests specifically to hide, so I guess it doesn't apply.
Well, you're sneaking at the moment to hide, I guess, so you can roll an extra 2 die if you want for that, and your limit is raised by 2. But yeah, tag, you're having a hard time seeing. In fact, you go through a cloud of some sort of vaguely dark greenish smoke, and you almost lose track of Deadbolt. You do manage to find him again, but you're having a hard time seeing anything right now. Deadbolt, you get to the target area.
I'm adding 2 more dice to it.
Okay, so it's still 4.
Nothing.
I'm going to send you a message as well saying you might want to use the high ground as well.
As you get closer, you notice there's someone walking around. What appears to be a decrepit, rusted chain link fence is broken in parts. They seem to be kind of stocky, maybe quite well built, possibly an orc of some kind. Seems to be holding some sort of weapon, two-handed, maybe a short rifle, maybe a submachine gun. Doing a perimeter. Make a perception check. With a -2.
All right.
Is there a way for us to see through bolts?
You can
I got
see
my
through
contacts in,
lenses.
so
However, his contacts don't have night vision because he has night vision himself. So you wouldn't be able to see very much.
I'm gonna push a message saying that it's definitely something serious if they've got guns.
Deadbolt, you
Well,
see that
They
there
will
are
say
2
it's
other
easy
people
and
over
it
there as
never
well.
turns out to be that way.
Oh, was that I saw?
There are 2 other people also walking around. One of them seems to be standing next to the door. They have a van, and they seem
Don't
to be
get in the
waiting.
van. Don't get in the van.
How close
Don't
to
listen to
the
their
shore are
promises.
they?
They are literally inside or walking around a little harbour building that appears to be right on the shore and appears to have an entrance which is full of water coming in from the sea.
I say I messaged. This has got to be it. Why else would they be here?
And they have a van, you say?
Yeah, looks like it.
Definitely.
Wait, were we ever told how big the containers would be? Like what
You weren't.
sort of style they were? We know the numbers for them at least. Would they just be like stamped on them, or would there be a tag with them on?
They would presumably have both. The
Alright.
numbers are 3401 through and including 3407.
All right.
Can you try to get a count of how many are patrolling? Possibly see if there's anyone in that car?
So how many people have I counted so far?
You've counted 3.
Seen 3 so far. Not spotted anyone in the car yet. But I imagine that Tag will have been able to see how many people there were total, at least.
Tag, any update?
Tag
I don't
is
think
having
he can
a hard
talk to us
time
right now.
even seeing
Oh.
Deadbolt right now.
That's true.
For his part, with 0 on the sensing test, he can barely keep hold of Deadbolt. The influence around here is pretty heavy. It's getting in the way. With that, what do you want to do next? About half hour to an hour to when the subs are suspected at shore.
Well, now we know what shore they're going to come into. Let's get a spot on that. My thoughts are that we possibly let them put the whatever they're transporting into that van, and we take the van.
Wait, was the mission that we were just to see, just to check the numbers? It wasn't to acquire them or anything.
Yeah, it was
Maybe-
just to validate that it was there and take
Yeah.
a picture of it.
Now, the mission brief seemed to be implying that they wanted you to be at least somewhat inconspicuous with this.
I messaged back. I'm not
Okay.
quite sure that's what we're looking for.
We could just swipe it, or a calcum lump. If we're there to take a picture, we're there to slip it into a backpack.
That'd be one hell of a cross.
I don't think that would be in any of our best interest, Tag.
I'm in the
It would
Astra
get
right
us all
now.
killed.
Yeah,
I
he's
was
not
all
actually.
saying.
That was out of
I was-
character.
Okay.
I'm in
Damn.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think about that. Well, we should at least get some information on what they're transporting. Aren't you curious? I never trust anyone, even if they're giving me a mission. Paying me, definitely doing up to no good.
Well, I'm gonna have to get close enough to spot the numbers on these things, so if I spot anything else, I'll relay it at the time. So it's half an hour before we're expecting it to arrive, is it?
About that. So does anyone else want to join Deadbolt? Any plans you want to set up?
I think we're just trying to see what they're transporting, right? Because we're not going to take it. I'm guessing that's what we're doing. Is there a way for me to help Shen so that his drone doesn't get spotted, like to hide his device?
It's already running hidden, and it is currently at about like a kilometer height in the dark.
Okay.
No one's really going to spot his drone unless someone attacks it in the matrix by doing a little bit of a matrix search, and they need to be 100 meters in for that. So
Yeah, but at the same time, it's doing no good because it can't see in low light vision.
it will
and
see if
the
someone
other
sets up
drone-
a flare or does anything that involves light. But until then,
Right, that won't let us photograph any evidence or anything. And the other drone I have doesn't have any bonuses for that either, so it's not going to see any low light. So
not outside.
I mean,
no.
I'm yeah. So we're
So no one
gonna
has
need.
a way to take a picture of this at all in any way, other than me, I guess.
I got image link on my glasses. I'm pretty sure an image link and a smart link can take pictures of it.
Not in the dark.
Okay. Do you have like thermal vision or anything like that?
I mean, if it's inside of a submarine or inside of
I
a...
have to go in anywhere. I'm like not. I guess I have to.
A little time goes by as you're plotting this, and Deadbolt, you suddenly hear a and light streams out under the cracks in the doors around the building. It's only a little bit. Only a little bit.
I make sure that I'm sending my super high quality audio from the headphones to everyone else so that they can.
Yeah, in which case you
sound.
heard the sound of a generator spooling up, and then a light bulb going on.
Oh well, that might solve our problems.
Gatto, you can now make a perception check. It'll be a -3.
Okay, but this is Are you actually telling us that there's a light going on?
There's a light
I
inside
assume
the
we can
building.
see it.
You can see it
Oh,
just
okay.
outside, just as it
Then
sort of sits under the door.
Then I'm going to get my MCT fly spy out, and I'm going to go. Perfect. We can take some pictures inside the building.
To try and get closer, see if I've got a view of the back of the van.
Yeah, I'm gonna go inside the building in the astral as long as I'm not running any mini barriers or anything.
All right, 2 successes.
Okay. So, Gatto, you can see 2 people currently walking around the edge of the compound. And it looks like there's some activity inside, but you're not too certain. Tag, if you want to try pressing forwards cautiously, you can. Feel free to make an sensing check. -1 as per usual. And Debot, if you want to get closer, you'll have to roll me another stealth.
All right. By the way, if any of the people were sneaking up against or using any thermal based stuff, I have thermal damping on this.
How much rating?
Lots.
6?
It's 6,
not
yeah.
bad.
Okay.
Okay. I was like,
That's
lots
why-
doesn't help.
That's why my RFID tags have really terrible sensors on them.
You bent all the money on that. Okay. With that, Tag, you push forwards and you push through the side of the building. Look around inside. There are 3 people here, moving around, moving objects, holding what would apparently be guns, watching the sea. There actually seem to be shifting some heavy linen from the way it falls, curtains, and they're actually putting these along the front, presumably to block out light spilling out the front or anyone be able to see out from the sea into the building itself. They seem to be trying to make sure that no one can see at all. And you're noting, by the way, as you go in, that no one outside is looking up. They're being very cautious to not look up and get seen, so no one can catch the faces.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how high are the ceilings?
The ceiling in here is probably a good 6 meters in the center.
So I go to the top of that, and I'm just gonna manifest.
Okay, you turn into a hazy outline. You can also see, by the way, that there's someone who's giving a bit of directions. Apparently seems to be a female, maybe an elf. Long hair, currently wearing a business suit of some kind. She seems to be giving the other people direction. Can you hear sound when you're manifesting?
Yeah, you just can't interact with anything. You can hear sound, you can speak to people.
Tultak, Chifia, Fikra, Nero. Chavez. Domingo. You can't understand what she's saying.
How long would it take to get the fly spy in there?
It flies pretty slowly. It is a fly. So this little, like, large wasp kind of thing starts taking off from the sedan and starts making its way in. That will get there in about, like, 10 minutes.
Okay.
But sure. Tag, as you're listening to this and watching the exchange, you there, come and cover. Good. Pick that up. Thank you. I don't know, these people. Yeah, da. Heinrich! 9! Switching between languages. The only one you could really understand would be the English part. You would recognize some of the other languages, you wouldn't be able to know what's been said in them, though. Deadbolt. You got, what was it, 6 for stealth. With that, you managed to sidle up. There's a door at the front which leads into a little building attached to the main building itself, but there's also a door which seems to be padlocked and rusted closed, which leads into the main building itself, without actually going through that side building. And you can just about see underneath, and you pull up a little bit of the corrugated iron, you can see that there's light spilling out and footsteps inside.
So the van is outside in the open, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so say I reckon I just need a view on the van to be able to see the things they're transporting. I could maybe try and get inside the building, but I think that's just a recipe for disaster.
Our job is to get a picture of what they're transporting, right? Maybe try to zoom in on some of the faces if we can.
I suppose. Or if these people
Also,
are like...
if you see any identification tags on that car, that could be helpful as well.
I could stick an identification tag on the car too if we want. We will get bonus marks.
Yeah. Well, a little more dangerous.
The car is a little bit better watched, and it actually has light around it, spilling out from that front door. However, it is still pretty dark, and the people walking around here haven't really noticed you so far.
It's doing these hidden perception rolls.
They are rolling poorly.
So the mission was just to get proof that it was those crates, wasn't it?
As you muse this deadbolt, Gatto, your fly gets there. And you also hear a coming from your select sound filter. It's picking out what appears to be a fairly low frequency sound.
Deadbolt. Direct my drone. Let's get some photos.
Right. Sounds like the ship might have arrived.
What direction?
Tag, below you see the water, which is kind of alive with the black tide, bubble and burst, and up comes this big, very dark grey synthetic shape. No, you see the real world now as you manifest, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you see up come...
Well, I'm still dual natured. It's not entirely clear whether I'm still seeing like a double image of both the astral and the physical. I'm pretty sure you see and you experience the physical world when manifested.
Yeah, that's what I assume. So we're going over that. You see the physical world, and you see this big shape emerge, water splashing out from several turbines mounted at the front and back, water splashing down the sides as a little bubble canopy shoots back, and a man emerges and starts to ready some ropes that are thrown to him. It seems to have a big logo emblazoned on the side, Proteus AG.
Okay. I go back into the astral, and I'm going to go inside the sub.
Okay. Make me a sensing check. Yato,
Sure.
meanwhile, you and Deadbot outside hear quite a lot, as a sound of submarine surfacing is quite loud.
I'm not waiting for Deadbolt to give me some instructions. I can see the submarine on the overhead drone, right?
No, it is inside the building itself.
The building is in the water?
The sub can
it's
go
one of those.
into the building and then come up. It is deep
Oh
enough
man,
and
you
built
could
for that.
have told us that. Okay.
Sorry.
Shit. Then I'm gonna get the fly drone in there as soon as possible. Is there any way into the building that's obvious, like a window or a door or something?
Make me a perception check with a -3 because of the dark.
Nothing.
You're having issues right now. The feed is getting a little bit of static from the area. You can just about make out Deadbolt.
Deadbolt, get the drone inside. We need pictures.
All right. And this, like, you were saying before that there was a bit, like, there was something I peeked under that I could see
Yeah, a little
sort
bit
of
of corrugated
inside.
iron for the door.
All right, well, can I just, like, grab the drone out of the air?
You could just have it like land on your shoulder or something until you carry it in. I mean,
It's gonna sit on your head.
It sits in your head.
Well, I pick it off my head and I just put it through the gap and I say, there, I
so
think you're
to
in.
pull the gap up, can you just make me like a quick well, I guess it would be a strength plus athletics check, maybe.
All right.
I just like doing this because I know
Yeah,
people dump strength.
Plus agility.
No, strength.
Whereas being blind. Is there an athletics?
I think there is, unless they got rid of it. They might have got rid of it. Just make a strength plus strength check.
Okay.
I think it's gymnastics that they used to have.
Oh yeah, they
athletics.
collapsed everything to gymnastics.
You're thinking D&D again with athletics.
Yeah, they used to have an
Four?
athletics thing in fourth. Yeah, I just wanted to check because people sometimes dump strength. With 4, you quite easily. Gatto, you'll need to make a stealth check for the drone. Are you?
How do you do that?
Are you dived in at the moment?
Yeah.
You are the drone. Okay, excellent. You will use your reaction, I think. It's never very clear with rigging, I'm afraid. And plus your stealth.
Question on this: since the bug has realistic features rating 2, does that have any effect on stealthing?
It means if they spot it, they might think it's a bug.
Gotcha. Alright,
so if you can make a reaction plus stealth, and then you are small, so that's a modifier to see you, so that should be fine. And you'll get a plus. What's your sim rig? It's a 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you get a
what
plus
is
2.
where the heck is stealth in this list?
Sneak.
Oh, sneaking. Gotcha. Okay, reaction plus that.
And then plus 2 because of your sim rig. Pilot plus stealth is for people driving it with joysticks, chat. That's the issue. Rigging is unfortunately not well covered. There probably is an answer somewhere, but it's messy.
Oh boy,
4
4
successes.
success.
Okay, I'm gonna roll some die. Nobody seems to notice the bug.
It's just a bug. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
and it goes up to the rafters and flies around a little bit. With
At this
that-
point, you said the sub itself said
Proteus
Proteus
AG,
AG
yeah.
on it. Yeah, okay. That's the first thing I'm gonna do is just get a picture of that.
Sure.
And just make sure that's crystal clear.
You get a lovely picture of it. different angles. Tag, as you go into the sub and feel the resistance of the heavily synthetic material and plastics, and you start working your way through it, you see something shining. Quite brightly. You get closer, and you notice that someone's moving towards it and picking it up. It is a mana barrier. And it is...
Can I tell how strong the mana barrier is?
It is a 4/6 mana barrier. And it is on a crate. And even with the mana barrier, you can see that inside of it, something is shining. And it is shining very brightly.
And I'm assuming Orichalcum normally does shine.
Yeah. Is he facing away from me? Is there anybody behind me? Could I manifest very quickly to look for markings on the box?
Make a reaction plus stealth check, effectively to appear really quick when you think he's not looking. So reaction for that, and then stealth to be kind of make sure you're in like a bit of a dim area. It'll be a very hard threshold for him to see you. Like he's going through and moving crates and stuff, so he's not particularly looking.
I'm not going to take the risk. I figure they're going to keep the mana barrier on it. I don't have enough dice to make that worth it. It could go wrong too easily.
Okay.
So...
Do you have edge at all?
Yeah, but even so, I only have like 3 or 4 dice for that test. It's just a real bad plan. It's just begging for a glitch.
Okay. Fair enough.
And so far, we're stealthy and nobody's seen us, and I don't want to ruin that. The barrier is going to move along with the crate, and so we should be able to locate the crate no matter what by the giant glow of the barrier, and also by the... So I'm going to pull back, and I'm going to go look for Deadbolt again to see where he's at so I could manifest very quickly and just be like, I found the crate or whatever.
You pop outside and you quite quickly actually see Deadbolt.
Okay. I appear just next to him very, very quickly, and I say, found the crate, they're moving it off the sub, and then I vanish again, and I'm going to go back to my body so that I can be on comms.
Okay.
There's a bit of a... a person suddenly appears and disappears again.
A naked human tag appears next to you, vaguely shimmering, and then disappears. And then suddenly, Jade...
If they...
Tag awakes next to you.
If they have a video camera outside and there's this invisible person, they don't see it, but then all of a sudden a naked person shows up.
Dr. Manhattan. Wasn't me.
He just likes to wander around and appear in random places.
Have I seen Tag naked now? Is that what just happened?
No.
No. Tag
No,
awakes
Deadbolt
next to you.
definitely has, though.
Deadbolt's
seen me like 5 times naked.
Yep.
Okay, because I'm like, I can see what Deadbolt's seeing right now.
Yeah, but...
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I don't know if
and
your
you
manifesting
do.
form appears on cameras.
It would do. I assume it would do, because it's not a spell so much as a physical manifestation.
Yeah. Cameras don't pick up manifestations is what,
Put it this way. Deadbolt,
But then
he manifested next to you, and you looked up at him. You didn't look down. So, yeah, Jade, you've seen the top half of a naked tag.
Didn't want to be blinded by the glory. It's okay. I don't look at the sun either. It's all right.
not even
I
bloody
understand.
real.
I think that's Tag saying the sun shines out of his ass.
Oh, that's not where the shine comes from.
With that, Gatto, you start spotting the guy from the submarine is hefting a crate out and dumping it on the shore.
Okay, more pictures. I'm not going to get so close that I'm going to annoy him, but I'm going to get close enough to get some nice pictures.
Okay. Do you have any sort of Vigna magnification or anything on this drone?
And if you want to send those photos my way, then I can kind of like zoom in.
Oh yeah, I'm sharing them
separate
instantly.
them.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Zoom
no,
enhance.
it has a crappy camera and it has a crappy microphone. These stupid fly spies don't have much space.
Okay, so here's the problem. As far as you can tell, there does seem to be writing on it, but it is small. You cannot see it without getting fairly close.
Okay, well then I'm going to pay attention to it, and in case the people ever walk away from it, then I'd get in closer for a better picture.
The guy shifts over, drops it in front of the woman, who walks towards it.
Can I get
Do you have a
pictures of the... Can I get pictures of these people's faces, by the way, since they didn't notice the bug?
Sure. You get pictures
On
of them.
comms.
And basically, I want to take all the photos that he's sending my way and like magnify them, sharpen them if I can. Whatever you
Enhance!
roll. Yeah, whatever you want me to roll for that, just let me know.
Great. We'll do that in a bit.
I send a message now that I'm back in my body. Crate's got a serious mana barrier around it, but looks like you're on the right track now that I can see with my image link what everybody's doing.
Would the mana barrier interrupt my drone at all?
Nope, not at all.
Perfect.
Well, you wanted the crate. It is now here for you. You can take it. I believe that is the payment that they wanted.
Oh, I'm recording all this shit. This is great.
Aye.
Yeah, we're getting
That's
the
quite what we wanted.
the headset that Deadbolt has. So
Sure.
I'm recording right now.
We didn't want anything more. That'll do. Proteus's part is fulfilled. Well, thank you very much. And she peers down at the crate, puts her hand forwards, looks at it. Domingo! Sure. One of the guys comes forwards and picks up the crate and starts lumbering with it. It is heavy by the look of it. It looks like the guy is being weighed down.
Am I getting a feed of this? I guess I am.
Is the crate's being held by both of his hands, right?
Yeah.
And he's walking away from the lady, right?
Yeah.
What side of the crate has the print on it?
It would be the right-hand side, which is currently to sort of the submarine, the open dock, to the curtain area.
But is that being covered by his hand, I assume?
Only a little bit. From the top, certainly.
Okay, well, if his hands are busy and he's walking, then I'm going to try to land and get some pictures of the side there.
Sure. Make me another reaction plus stealth, plus 2 for your Cymric.
So is this crate moving towards the van?
They are taking it out through the front towards the van, yeah. It's going basically the opposite direction to you.
I'm going to try and make it to the corner that I can look around and see the back of the van from there.
You can see the van from this corner, but it's behind the building. You can just about see it over there. 6 successes. Nice! Now, you are getting very close to this guy to do this. 7 successes.
If he sets the crate down to get me off the crate, then I'm just going to fly away.
Puts the crate down.
I'm going.
Swings with his hand. Make a reaction plus intuition plus 2 roll.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
5 success.
With that, you dive under his hand as it swings down at you to swat this errant large bug that seems to have assumed is just native to this area, considering it's toxically magic and all weird stuff's happening. You dive under it, you come up, and as you go up, you get a perfect view of the serial number. 3701. 3401.
Got it.
And you're off.
Does he get a picture of him?
What was it, 3701?
3401.
Thank you.
I did not see anything. Just get in the van.
Can I get some pictures around the front and the side and the back of the van?
Sure. Quite easily you fly out. Get some pictures of the van on the way out.
Okay.
They heft it into the van, slide it, and the rest of the team starts filtering slowly out and getting into the van to drive away. Deadbot, is there anything you want to do?
But have we achieved everything that he wanted?
No.
He just wanted it. What else we trying to?
We're
else
supposed
we
to
trying to
know
do?
what's in the crate.
Well, it's the one with
So
the
we
mana
need to-
barrier, right? Well, then can we like infer from what Tag saw that it's Orichalcum?
No.
I'll confirm it. I mean, hey, whatever. Well, what else would you put a 4/6 mana barrier around? Somebody said some
Who
spirit.
knows?
There's a,
You're
Somebody
dealing
spent-
with you're dealing with dragons. Who knows?
I'll put it like this: as technology put a Force 1 barrier around a guy that was super pivotal to their research, a Force 6 means that they really, really, really didn't want anybody to look inside that crate. It's pretty damning just by itself. Like, I wouldn't cast a Force 6 mana barrier. That's a lot of drain.
I don't know how we'd
Is there any
be
way for
able
us
to see what
track
was
it?
in it.
Maybe not see what's in it, but track it. GPS wise.
But
You hear the
if
sound of
Jay
submarine
mentions
going back
that, I
under.
say, if Jay mentions that, I say I've got stealth tags to stick them on the van that goes past or something.
I don't know if you could do that
Sounds like a decent
safely.
option to me.
And we
If you're
could
gonna
stick
do
one on a
that
drone
out of
and drop it on the
character,
thing.
spend some edge on that if you're gonna do that out of character.
Yeah, I don't know how good stealth tags are at being stealthy.
They are pretty good at being stealthy. However,
It's
you
more
hear
so
the van.
getting to put it on it is what I was talking about.
I'm gonna ready a stealth tag. Is the van gonna be coming past me? Can I like
It's going to be
where the
missing you
road
by
is?
about 10 meters.
I'm gonna sneak in that direction if that's a sort of safe place to be.
Sure, you'd have to hustle the sneak. Now, there doesn't seem to be anyone around. Looks like they all get in the van. You'd have to hustle that sneak.
I'll try that.
Okay, make a stealth check. You will be a -4 for this because you're trying to hustle it, but it is dark, so...
Spend some edge.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Is the van gonna come by our car? Is it going out that way?
You don't know.
You have no idea where the road's in their lead.
Let's see what happens.
Right,
Danish
so-
street signs.
So would it be a -4 because of the hustle, but it'd be +2 because of the suit bonus,
Yeah.
and then also what would pre-edging do?
+3 and exploding 6s.
So overall, it's a +1.
And you
I get
had
5
4
successes
sixes.
in this, right?
You have to roll
yeah.
4 more dice.
Yeah.
There's another 6 in there. Can I
Damn.
roll that again?
Yes.
It doesn't matter, you've already beaten me.
Oh yeah,
I
I
got
have
6.
by mile.
But you've got
Don't
8 and
stop
again
at that,
rolling.
Bentham. If you roll 6
I
more
do-
6s in a row,
Yeah, just
Come on
keep
now.
going, man.
you need the record.
All right, sure. I'll roll one more
See how well you do
die,
this.
die.
You're so
all
good, you
critical
just like get it
glitch.
right underneath the van
No.
perfectly.
As the van begins to drive away, you quickly run after it. You jump off this like kind of fallen tree and manage to just about hit the back of the van with your hand and slap it at the same time as it brushes under a tree, so no one notices you did it, but you manage to slap that sticker on top. The stealth tag is there, and you tumble to the ground, roll into the brush at the side. And the van drives off.
I
And
assume
I'm
as
going
the-
to start tracking that.
I assume as the van left the building, I also got my drone out.
Ding.
As that happens, I call Charles on my comm link.
Oh, hello, Tag. I did not expect to hear from you so soon. How's the things going?
I'm going to
they're
send
going-
him the file.
Yeah,
I'm going to
they're
send
going-
Tag the file.
Okay. It's going quite well, so I want to know the extent of information you want because we've already got a pretty good trove. Team, we've managed to infiltrate the harbor already. We saw the submarine and we went ahead and we verified the crate. They were moving a crate. It was the only thing among the entire cargo that had a incredibly high-powered mana barrier around it. And even so, I don't know how much you know about the astral realm, but mana barriers are opaque. Whatever they were storing inside that barrier was shining through it so brightly that a high-force mana barrier could not stop the glow. I virtually...
Game reference, by the way. I got that wrong in a previous episode. The mana barrier applies a debuff to your ability to see through it equal to its rating.
So a -6, which would basically make it so I can't even sense it. So it would be
Pretty much.
opaque to me, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, normally it would be opaque, but you can still, if something could, in theory, get through it. It'd have to be powerful, but yes.
So, Charles, my question for you is: we have the crate's number. Hell, we even have a stealth tag on the van right now that's telling you where the crate is going, and we can relay that information to you as well. Is there anything else you need, or would you like it verified further? Because I seriously doubt we're going to be able to open the crate and look inside.
Well, if you are not able to get a look inside the crate and confirm that, then I think you have done pretty well. Do you have the rest of the information? Did you see who got it? Did you get any information from them? Any information that identities or anything?
Sure. We've got pictures of all parties involved from a fly spy drone. And then we've got a picture of the van. We've got a stealth tag on the van, which is giving us GPS information right now, which we can give to you. We've had the images cleaned up by our Decker extraordinaire, so we should be in pretty good shape here.
That's excellent. Yeah, if you want to come back to the plan, we'll be ready to go. I mean, the only thing I could say otherwise would be maybe to have a look in their comlinks or something, but you've done a pretty good job, and that would have a risk of course, trying to alert them, so
we have audio file. We have audio files also.
You can do audio match? That's even better.
Sure, my deck is telling me right now that we also recorded the entire conversation in multiple languages that they were having inside of the hangar. So, yeah, treasure trove pretty much, motherlode.
Well, I'm very pleased. As the first job with you guys, I'm very impressed. If you would like to come back, we can open the minibar and I can give you payment. We can fly back. We have a small party on the way back, yeah?
Yeah, sounding like a plan to me. We'll see you shortly.
He wants to see you in the astral. You're gonna go naked.
Oh dear. So you all head back. Debo.
My only question is the GPS tag to follow them. How can we? I mean, if we leave, we can't track that, right? Right?
Oh, you can. It's attached to the matrix, so you provided it's attached to the matrix, provided it's in range of wireless devices, you keep tracking it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like one of those ones people always use to catch cheating exes and stuff like that. You like stick them on your car and it just puts like an icon on Google Map.
Except it doesn't need a battery because it's an RFID tag, so it absorbs the wireless to make its own energy. It's even better. But yeah, Debo, make me a survival check to get back.
All right. With my one die. Oh, it's a 2. It was nearly a 1 there.
Debo gets lost.
My fly is guiding him back.
I thought the fly also couldn't see.
The fly has a very hard time seeing.
Don't you have AR though? So couldn't Jade give you like a little, basically an arrow that would just lead you out? Because it's AR, I mean.
Yeah.
If you have AR, I can do that.
In theory. This place is magically active, and you seem to end up going in circles. For a good 20 minutes, you pass the same tree 3 times.
Oh, God. I assume that the entire path that he took from our car to the building can be traced. In other words, he took that path. The AR would know that he went there, so he would know how to get back.
Yeah, you try and take that path back, and you pass the same tree 3 times.
I'm asking, what the hell is with this place? I can't.
Even with Ubisoft mapping, you've got like the Assassin's Creed of mapping right now, and you're still getting lost.
As you're having this conversation, one of the branches creaks behind you, and the branch tickles your shoulder.
I jump back,
and the tree is leaning towards you.
I make sure to back away from it, going
in your direction.
Are trees supposed to do this here? Is this how this works?
With my magical theory, would I be able to explain what's happening?
It's possible. It could be many things. It could be some sort of weird awakened tree. It could be a hallucination. It could be an illusion. It could be a nature spirit. It could be a toxic nature spirit.
What can I do to help him get out of there?
Fun?
What can I do to help him get out of there?
You could keep feeding him a direction and telling him to basically shut his eyes and walk in that direction.
Okay. Do you trust me?
Sort of have to. You seem to have a lot of information on us.
Close your eyes. And I guess I'm going to try to guide him.
Okay.
What do I need to do?
Make an intuition roll. Just flat intuition because you can't see. And Maggie, if you can make me a A leadership roll.
A leadership. Oh
One.
shit!
You want me to do it?
Oh my
I'll
god,
go do
this
it.
is so bad. Oh, we're gonna lose him. Oh my gosh, it's
Oh
bad.
no.
Okay, Deadbolt. You place
wait,
your
what is
trust
the
in Jade.
instruction? There's an instruction one, but that's even
You
worse.
place your
Isn't
trust
that
in
a-
Jade.
What happens when I trust
Isn't
Jade?
that a
You
critical
close your
glitch?
eyes and you start
We
walking
should have just left
forwards,
him.
carefully
Oh,
feeling
no.
your way over. That's a bit of wood there. That's a dead tree. That's gooey. Don't want to know what that is. That's a bush. And then there's a bit of a clearing, and you're like, I've made it. I've made it. I think I'm. You take one step, and suddenly your foot, you get that weird hang time sensation, where it's not over anything, and your back foot slips, and you fall straight forwards. Instantly, you feel this really clammy, slimy wetness cover your face as you fall face first into some sort of puddle. You open your eyes, and suddenly you're trying to pedal what is effectively some sort of sludge. Can you make me a swimming
Have I
test?
fallen in the sea?
No, you've fallen in something much worse.
Okay, so it's just it's worse. Swimming test.
That was a critical glitch, folks, just in case you're wondering.
2
Nice.
successes. Oh wait, is that a glitch?
Okay, 2 successes. You just managed to pedal water. It's not too difficult. It seems to be a bit thicker than water, which actually helps you not to sink for a bit. And with your strength, you just managed to push enough space. However, you do take a few gulps as you try and get out of here. And you pull yourself to the edge, coughing up this horrible, vaguely green glowing black sludge almost, with bits in it. You can see that there's almost like a half-digested rat skeleton that you almost swallowed at some stage, that something had just got in there and died. You cough and you splutter and you vomit up the remains as you get to the edge.
Is Gato back inside his body, or is he still like
through the
droning
moment I
around?
go, Jade, I'm never trusting you again.
Man, I was bound to mess up. I've been like rolling so well the first couple episodes.
Seeing this all happen on comms, I look at Gato and I say, just one run. Just one run. That's all I really want. Just one run without this.
That's clearly not going to happen, Tag.
Oh god.
Deadbolt. Roll body.
Oh god.
Yeah, you're gonna be a goblin. Welcome to my last season.
1 success.
Okay.
He took out a pen. What does that mean?
That means very bad things.
It means just keeping
He's gonna
track
start
of the
drawing
same.
on the whiteboard next, then I know I'm dead.
Yeah.
And he's
Someone's
crossing
like,
out.
Grades.
He's crossing out your first character, and he's like, "Okay, next character, let's go."
Make your next guy a samurai.
With that, you do actually manage to, taking a good 15 minutes, making it nice and slow, make it back to the van. Everybody else, there is a smell of like burnt plastic and decomposed,
Oh, Jade's gonna love that.
like grass. You know, grass decomposes and doesn't get enough like water, air. It goes into the slimy.
what about
sort of
her
horrible
allergy?
Sludge. It smells bad.
As long as it doesn't touch
Plastic
me.
allergy.
As long as it doesn't touch me.
Oh, okay.
As he comes back to the sedan, I make sure all the doors are locked, but the trunk pops open.
When they get in the
Miss-
car, or when Deadbolt gets in the car, I smush against the wall, like on the opposite
No,
side
he's
where
saying
he
that he's
is.
not letting him in the car. He locked the
When the
car
boot
and put it
opened-
in the trunk.
When the boot opens, I say sod off and I go for the door.
It's
It
locked.
doesn't open.
Yeah.
I start the car.
Out of the glass,
I-
I'm like, you smell. Mm.
I give
You
him the
could not
thumb.
be serious. Did you see that thing I did with the tag of blooming?
The
Deserve
thumb
better
is
than
still
this.
going.
Wasn't my bloody fault.
Engine revs a little bit.
For the first time, Jade actually is smiling and laughing and like has a little giggle.
What sort of locks on the door?
It,
The car starts rolling forward.
It's my job.
it would be like probably an old-fashioned like key lock.
You should just gecko grip to the side of the car.
Lockpick set and try and.
And the car's driving off.
Yeah,
Try that.
Deadbolt, as you try that, the car moves a few meters forwards and is rolling. You can't really pick a lock while it is rolling.
I just you put the stuff away. You cannot be serious. I'm not sitting in the boot.
I don't have fashion spell, bro. You're gonna have to.
No, what's it called? Prestidigitation?
Yeah,
Prestidigitation,
I didn't bring a respirator. I could have tried wearing one, and then actually no, I'm covered in this stuff. I've not just swallowed it. It's everywhere.
He did say they had a shower in that bathroom.
You have gecko gloves. Just stick to the side of the car. You'll be fine. Just
That's preferable
onto
to the
side
boot,
like
but
a
it's a bit
gecko.
more obvious.
Because that won't be suspicious.
I say over comms, the Deadbolt, we're supposed to be fishmongers. I think you're gonna be the guy.
I hate you.
Did you say I hate you?
Is he still not? He's
giving you the thumb.
I get in the bloody boot.
And you
Not
jump
gonna work
in the boot.
otherwise.
Do we smell him in the car?
Is it
I
so-
want fan art of that. That is hilarious.
It smells. You can smell it.
He does like half the work for the entire run, then he has to ride in the trunk.
All the vents are
Smelly.
open. All the vents are open. I've got the fan on full blast. You can still smell them.
While we're still out in the middle of nowhere, I'll leave it open while we go, so I can not be cooped up in a tiny coffin.
The lid closes on you and locks.
It's odd.
No one's gonna see some dumb trunk.
I work
open
on
with some smelly man in
picking
the
that
back.
while we're driving, so I can open it when I want.
Deadbolt, make me a intuition plus. Do you have ground vehicle piloting?
No.
Just make me an intuition roll.
Two.
You would know that all cars with lockable boots have a catch on the inside so that you can
Good
actually
point.
get out in case this happens.
Yep. Even if it's locked.
Yeah. It's the law. So yeah, you can easily unlock it.
This is Denmark, though. Who knows how far they've slid backwards in the last few
Well,
years?
technically it's the Scandinavian Union. It's a big group of the four
They did.
countries altogether now.
They did get pooped on by a magical storm, so that'll have societal ramifications.
About how you lock your trunk. But yeah, you do eventually get back to the dealership. There is an AR message waiting for you which says, just put the keys through the lock, through the letterbox. Park
There's
it out front.
keys.
There are physical keys in addition to you can open it with your comlink, but they're keys just in case you're in a spam zone or something where you can't quite get reception.
Cool. All right. I make sure that everything on the inside of the sedan is clean, of all of our equipment, everything that I can find. You know, whatever, hairs, whatever. But I'm not that good at cleaning shit up. I'm just not. I ain't gonna clean the trunk. Fuck that shit.
And I guess I can do a wipe if there's anything else. And then also, I'd like to re-wipe the camera again, as if we're not there.
Sure, I'll let you buy that because it's fairly easy. Gatto, if you want to make me an intuition plus perception roll, I guess, to clean the place. I guess it's perception because that way you can see anything you missed. I don't know what cleaning would be. We need a cleaning skill.
Cleaning skill?
2 success. I'm gonna edge that.
Okay. Debo, as you unfold yourself, you look down at your chameleon suit. And that vague fume smell? It's been getting stronger in the trunk while you've been in there. Your chameleon suit
I will
is
have
a little
been
bit...
making like attempts to wipe it off.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably won't have achieved much, but
Your chameleon suit's slightly warm to the touch in places where you got the most goo on it. And as you wipe it off, some of the special coating at the top, which is designed to reflect light and be able to project different images on top of it, tears off.
Oh no, rip suit.
oh god, I just seem to think, oh look at the, oh no, this was really expensive.
It looks like
Is
that
the car-
was vaguely acidic.
I should get an
Is the-
extra bloody cut for this.
Is the car clean at least? Rolled 7 success.
7 successes. You're pretty sure you got every fiber of your being out of that car. However, the boot does contain a giant blob, effectively a human-sized area, which is somewhat black and smoldering.
Good lord. Deadbolt. Walking around the back of the car. Yeah, you could knock a dung beetle off a pile of shit. What'd you do to... Oh my god, you burned a hole in the trunk. I sense
Not my
a
bloody
bribe
fault.
coming in. I sense a bribe coming. Well, you could have burned a hole in the upholstery, and that's just not proper. Better here than there, you know.
I'm starting to like the gecko gloves on the side of the car idea.
I'm starting to like the him away from me idea, regardless of how it's accomplished.
Do
You might
you,
want
do
to
you,
take that suit off either way.
Oh, good
Yeah,
lord.
I started.
is
Actually,
his
I
skin,
don't know how.
is his skin okay under there?
It looks like it's red and blistered in some places. It's nothing that you take physical damage from, but it's certainly not great.
How are my innards? I'm just swallowing some of it.
You are
Oh, no.
not feeling great. You are feeling like you want to throw up again, but you don't
I
You're-
reach
really.
into my
gonna-
suit, and I offer him a breath mint while kind of holding it outwards.
I take it like I feel like this won't achieve anything, but sure.
Okay. The breath mint does not noticeably improve matters for anyone around you, nor really for you. As you sort of take the chameleon suit off and unzip it, large parts of the outer lining slough off. It's not really tearing so much as just bits of it have dissolved. And
It's like when a paper bag gets too wet for too long, and it's like...
kind of a
comes
little
apart.
bit like that. A bit more like a plastic that has melted and kind of sloughs off in places and stuff. It does look like it's just certain areas. The rest of it is pretty hardened and designed to withstand a little bit of punishment. It could, in theory, be
At least it's
repaired,
replaceable.
but
Meanwhile, I'm grabbing my stuff and putting it in the plane, assuming Charlie's here.
Is Charlie there?
the plane or
Both?
The plane.
Yeah, on
Okay.
the plane.
We're
so yeah,
being
you
with.
get to the entrance. Conspicuously, a guard is missing again, and you get to the plane, and the door opens. Ah, you're here. Welcome. Come back upstairs.
Hey,
We are going
Charlie.
to crack open the bar. What is that smell?
You might.
Yeah, a moment.
Yeah.
A friend here appears to have met the Black Tide personally.
Oh,
Now,
oh,
I know we had an agreed upon amount here, but do you think compensation would be in order? He lost a major piece of his kit to the forest, unfortunately, or whatever happened down there. You think we could talk about that over this drink?
make a negotiation test.
Sure.
At -7, because everything smells nasty.
I still got my charisma spell
More than
up.
requested.
I never had to cancel it. Yay, me.
Well, you know what? I will pay the fixer on top of your share. So I will increase the price so you get 3 grand apiece, and then I will pay the fixer on top. Is that okay?
That sounds absolutely fantastic. I appreciate it.
that-
We did.
Now, before you get in, Deadbolt, just wait there. Keep talking, Tag. I just need to go, and he disappears around the corner.
I look at Deadbolt and I bet you he's getting a hose right now. He's gonna get a hose. Watch, he's gonna come back with a hose.
There we go.
Oh,
And he
it'll be
comes
like
back
when you
around the
play with
corner,
dog is-
and he pulls up
Is-
2 cans of deodorant and just sprays you.
It's like,
While he's doing that, I cast flamethrower in between the aerosol can and Deadbolt.
what?
Oh, you're gonna burn him to death.
What? Could you not tread Phantasm it instead? That seems more reasonable.
I'm just
You have a
kidding.
really good Wicked Witch laugh there.
I
He
really-
is one.
Yeah. It's I really generate a lot of energy socially from negativity and being a dick.
Well, if you want to head into the back, Deadbolt, and leave your clothes in the main area, I'm sure we have some replacements for you. there is a shower. For the rest of you, I will need to take your duffel bags and put some in these. And he pulls up like some bags which have official-looking symbols on the side, labeled Allied Chemi. Just in case if you get inspected at the other end, I need to be able to pretend that your equipment belongs to the shell company that we are pretending to work for.
Is
Judge
Dead Brush gone by now?
intentions.
I'm gonna
Judge
take my
intentions.
headset and my microphone back.
Sure. Your headset is okay, because when someone falls in, like, water, they tend to keep their head above water. It's actually not like you see in the film. In the films, if you look at people when they fall in water, they're actually swimming downwards. They're actually pushing themselves under. People are actually really good at keeping their top halves kind of dry when they fall in water. Tag. You think he's being honest, as far as you can tell. Like, it seems like legit.
I'm gonna fade it.
Sure.
Yeah,
So
buddy.
8. Okay. He actually seems to be being genuine. He is actually genuinely trying to make sure that you can get back, and that he thinks this has been a good transaction. You can see it across his face. He is very happy the amount of data you managed to collect.
Awesome. You just always got to make sure a double cross isn't coming. You just got to go judge intentions.
No,
He's
you're
trying to
doing
take
it the
our
right
guns
way.
away.
Don't worry, there will be a double
Yeah.
cross one
Crashing this
day.
plane.
See,
Yeah, he's
I kind
taking
of
our
think if
guns
there
away.
was,
So judge intentions. Judge intentions.
I kind of think it was a double cross. It'd be pretty easy just to do it on the plane during the flight or something. You can still talk all nice and it doesn't matter.
Well, Deadbolt, if you want to head in there, chuck your clothes through the door, and I will I'll put some in the bag as well. It smells quite a lot. Oh.
I'll go have a shower and try and wash my mouth out as much as possible.
Okay. You vomit a couple of times in the toilet for good measure.
Just chews on the bar of soap, just like.
Meanwhile,
still
everyone else
taste the
bundles
smoke.
into the plane. Plane starts taxiing to take off. Well, Shelfie opens the bar and crack out some... Pulls like a couple of bottles out. What do people like? We have champagne, we have some...
Can I perception check the bottles to see like if they've been moved around strangely or anything like that?
Sure.
I'm still paranoid. We're gonna get drugged or something's gonna happen. He's gonna Cosby us, and then we're gonna look like assholes. So perception. There
The
it
plane
is.
starts to take off. The bottle of champagne that he is currently holding, you didn't see that in the drinks cabinet there beforehand, but then the drinks cabinet there beforehand mainly had just small health drinks and small little, like, spirit bottles. So...
Okay. He's like, sure, I'll have a glass. But I'm gonna use an etiquette roll to only like pretend to drink it for now.
Cool.
I'm fine with grabbing something. I'll see if I can find a ginger ale or a club soda or something. Non-alcoholic.
Very, very well. Here you go. And he just hands you like a bottle. Let me just go check, as I will see if the co-pilot wants any. It's not really needed. It's a small glass anyway. Where did they put the crystal down here?
I look at everybody else when he mentions the pilot will be drinking.
The co-pilot, but yes.
Any pilot.
God.
No.
Am I back in by now?
Where does it put the crystal? I cannot find the right glasses. Debo, you are currently midway through scrubbing. You're doing a proper full-down scrub. This thing is hard to get off, and it's kind of it's burned your skin a little bit. It's a light chemical burn.
I'm
You're being
imagining
careful.
Charlie would have locked the door behind you.
Stacked a bunch of chairs and shit in front of it.
So, give me a second. I cannot find the correct crystal glasses for this. He spends like a good 10 minutes looking for the right glasses. Apparently having the right glasses for a bottle of champagne is important to him. So I'm sorry about
Fancy.
this. Are you okay with having it out of a tumbler?
Sure, tumbler, tin can, whatever gets the alcohol to my mouth.
Especially the garbage you find an old Chef Boyardee can. Here you go.
He like
There you
smiles
go.
at you and goes, well, That is good. Also, a good point. Before we talk about tin cans, I have some cred sticks for you, and he hands you 4 cred sticks, each loaded for 3,000, and then a 5th cred stick, which is loaded for effectively the fixer's cut of the money, so you can transfer that across.
I thank him, and I start distributing it to the rest of the team. I go, thank you. This was a good transaction. The job was not. You were correct. It was on a short notice, but the job wasn't too difficult. Aside from that, I think we both got what we wanted out of this. We got a little bit more. You got a little bit more.
Done a very good job. I was, like I said, I was hitting my head against a brick wall. He's kind of fiddling with the bottle top right now. Basically having a very hard time trying to actually get my company to take this seriously. And you've quite easily solved the problem very, very quickly, in fact. I really do appreciate it, and hopefully if we can get more work. As he pulls
Why is it that you're having
bottle,
trouble getting your company to believe you?
As you say that, as he pulls the cork off the bottle and it shoots off, you hear a click. It explodes. Detonating, blasting straight into him mostly. The window outside shatters. The door at the end of the cockpit kind of buckles a little bit. Tag,
What?
Jade, Gatto, I need you to roll your soak dice.
Oh my gosh.
There'll be an
You know what's
AP
weird is
-2.
I'm not actually that scared of getting sucked out of the plane because I have levitate. I'm actually in a really good position to get sucked out of a plane right now. The rest of you, sorry guys, I only have so much concentration.
So have we taken off now? Are we in the air?
Yeah, you've been in the air for about 20 minutes, half an hour.
Okay.
Devil, you're basically almost done now. Like, you would be basically getting those clothes on right now. You've got basically your
You
boxes on.
probably heard it, right? Though.
Oh, yeah, he
Well, I
heard it.
imagine that. I imagine I'm aware one way or another.
Right, Hazel, Jade, you take 6. You take 3 points of physical damage. Gatto, you take 6 points of physical damage. Tag, you take 4 points of physical damage.
No,
Damn.
my P boxes.
I didn't include the coat. Why isn't that included? Oh, do I have to tick the box or something?
Yeah, you have to tick the box
Yeah,
saying
you gotta
you're
tick a
currently wearing
box.
armor. Yeah, if you want to roll the
okay.
coat, which is 9, you can take that off the 6 if you get any hits. It should have -2 arm penetration actually on that, so 7.
As I reel from the hit, instinctively, I already start to cast a heal on myself as I'm like staggering and stunned.
Okay.
Um,
Trying to cast it right now as the plane starts tilting, as the air pressure changes. There will be a -3 penalty to this, just because everyone is currently thrown about and you're currently suffering a little bit of concussion. So yeah, you take 5 points of damage then, Gatto.
Got it.
Deadbolt, you are currently in confined space as the plane knocks to the side. You are thrown a little bit to the side. The shower head comes off and water starts spraying around a little bit as you try and put on more than your boxes. The window behind where Kane currently was sitting, air starts streaming out of that. Tag, Gatto, Jade, you're kind of sucked a little bit towards it, but the pressure change isn't massive. We're not talking like 0 to 1 atmosphere, which isn't even that much. So you're kind of just pulled a little bit. The plane starts twisting awkwardly.
I gotta.
If I'm still conscious, I assume so. It's only 5 damage. I'm gonna get myself to the cockpit.
Okay. You pull yourself forwards to the cockpit door. Give me a gymnastics check. It would be strength plus gymnastics just to be able to pull yourself forwards with the plane buckling and rotating like that.
Oh, it's gonna be bad.
So can I tell that there's been an explosion?
Yeah, you'd have heard
2
it.
success.
Um,
Wait, what the heck?
1
It shows a
success.
5 and a 6 for
It
me.
does on my screen,
Damn.
but the roll is incorrect.
Tricky
Officials are-
dice.
Yeah. With 1 success, you start pulling yourself forwards. You're having some trouble, and quite honestly, you're not going to make it there in time. This plane is just going a bit out of control. You are making progress. You're not having issues there. The issue is it's so slow.
Well, it looks like Tag, you're okay, right? You're kind of situating yourself. Can I see if I can help Charles? Or is he, like, gone?
Yeah, you can make a quick check if you can grab Charles's body, which is currently being flopped up against the side. Make a first aid or medicine check, whichever you want.
It's under skills, right?
Yeah.
First aid or medical.
We're not
Doesn't
in
matter.
combat time right now, right?
I think they're both the same.
We are measuring time vaguely.
Okay.
The plane
So
only
let me know
has
when
so
I-
long.
I'm gonna try and
Let
get
me
to the
know-
main area of the plane.
Okay,
Let me know when I can inject Jazz.
sure.
If my
You've
chameleon
got an
suit's
inbuilt
in here, I'm
inhaler
gonna
thingy.
grab it.
You can inject Jazz right now. Jade,
Done.
you quickly go up to the body, and it looks like whatever charge it had, it was a short-range, high explosive with some sort of directional component. And it looks like it's gone straight through the side of his abdomen, and you can see like intestines. You can see a little bit of what appears to be maybe a kidney or a liver. You can see maybe shattered hip bone splattered across the back. He still seems to be maybe alive. You can hear vague groaning and creaking sounds from his chest.
Okay, I'm gonna try to
pretty
like
hurt.
put pressure on it, and I can tell he's not probably gonna last that long.
Make a first aid check.
And another first aid check.
This will be to actually do any saving of him.
Oh shit, this is gonna go bad.
The blood keeps streaming out. You can't put enough pressure. There's too big a hole, and it's kind of
Okay.
fragmenting.
I wasn't thinking I was gonna save him anyway, but I at least made an effort to. I'm just gonna ask him basically like, who would do this to you? What could like? Who would have done this to you?
He appears non-responsive. Deadbolt, make me a gymnastics check. Strength plus gymnastics.
All right.
Man. Yeah, we need some.
Also, I'm trying to grab my my chameleon suit if it's in this room to take it through, because it's also got my concealed guns in it.
It's in the bag.
What is-
All of your stuff is in the bags at the moment.
Okay.
I radio
One success.
to Gato and also Jade. Hack and rig the plane and see what it weighs. I need its flight weight.
Deadbolt, you manage to just about pull the door open and get yourself into the main compartment, but you can't make any more than that before you're thrown sideways into a chair. Gato, you reach the cockpit door.
Tag,
Okay.
see what you could do about this, and I'm gonna kind of like go in and see what I can do to find the weight of the plane. Also,
Cool.
No.
I will look up the weight of a Learjet.
Charlie was
Learjet,
just Charlie
Its
was just
maximum
in
takeoff.
Go ahead.
The maximum takeoff weight of a Learjet is 12,500 pounds. That's the absolute maximum they'll let you off the runway with,
Okay, Learjet.
or at least a private jet is what I put in Google, which is basically a Learjet.
and I guess I'm looking for a matrix search or perception. I don't know. What
It'd
I'd
be a
looking
matrix
for.
search, yeah.
No more glitches, please. Okay.
There's a lot of ones. Ugh.
Okay, so somewhere in the region of 1,600 pounds, which would be around about 8 tons. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna relay that to you, and I'm gonna come back again. But I did tell you to try to help this guy if you could.
All right, I'm opening the door. Charlie was just in there, so I assume he didn't lock it or anything.
Okay, you try and open the door, and it appears like it's buckled. It looks like it's buckled, in fact, in your direction a little bit.
Can I yank it off the hinge?
Strength plus strength.
That's my worst stat. Let's do it, worst stat. We're not doing it. 1 success.
It seems pretty jammed.
I'm gonna keep trying to move forward to where everyone else is.
Okay, yeah, you just about managed to move forwards to where Tag and Jade are. Gatto's at the far end trying to yank the door. I've currently got both of his feet kind of braced and he's pulling really hard. The door doesn't seem to be responding.
I'll try and make it to him. I don't think my strength is much better as I'm going along. Like, so is there like rushing air and everything now at the moment with the window and everything?
A little bit, not massively. Tag, are you wanting to cast your spell then?
No,
Okay.
it's not gonna work. I need like 50 hits or some ridiculous shit. Not much we can do. Might as well buckle in.
Should really heal Charles though.
Nah, we're about to crash a plane. I doubt I can only heal for like 1 or 2 damage anyways. It's like,
The overhead bins go.
Okay, karma though.
and the air masks appear in front of everyone.
I'm just clinging onto a chair. I just shout over the wind, I fucking hate planes!
Gatto, make a strength plus strength check.
Get up here and help me.
I carry on trying to make my way over to there.
Okay.
2 success.
Deadbolt, you eventually manage to make it up, but it takes you a while. Make a strength plus strength as well to help Gatto.
Right.
Three.
3.
Between the two of you, ting! Door flies off, flies back in the direction of the hole, and then... looking inside, you can see that the co-pilot is dead. Seems to have died from some sort of blast of some kind. There's blood everywhere. The pilot is currently strapped in the chair, one hand missing. The other arm seems broken. Help me! I can't get out! We need to get to the... parachutes!
Did he just say parachutes?
There's
Comes through
parachutes?
the comms.
Yes, he did. And I'm going to hop into the co-pilot chair and see if I can just do something with this plane.
Oh, Lord almighty.
Okay, you look across the controls, some of them are damaged. There are a few areas here and there, but there is a data jack port. You plug into the data jack port, you can control it via that without the manual controls. Feel free to try and make a plane. So, airplane? Aeronautical?
Yeah, pilot aircraft.
That's the one, aircraft.
All right.
I'm gonna say, where are the parachutes? And start looking around.
2 success.
Under the chair, you moron! Didn't you watch the safety video?
Nobody watches those!
Tell him to frag off. Call him a slothead. Punk this dude.
Gatto, you try and fight the plane a little bit. Doesn't seem to be going anywhere. But you get the feeling that you are managing to just about pull up on the wings a little bit, try and get a little bit more air so that it goes from a crash into a glide, but it's not quite there.
How high are we? Because I assume the data jack can tell us all the plane's data.
Yeah, you're currently going through 8,000 feet.
Oh, that's not too bad.
What's our rate of descent?
You've probably got about 16 seconds before... no, it's probably more like 20 seconds. You're in a kind of a glide-ish fall. It's not exactly going flat down.
I'm just going to relay that to
happening.
everyone as soon as possible. You better hurry. 20
I
seconds.
start handing parachutes to people, not
Yeah.
me, because I don't need it.
I go under. I grab. I'm like down by the chair anyway with Charles. I put one on myself, and I'm like, I don't think he's gonna make it.
I don't think any of these people are going to make it. Let's go.
Gatto, make one more check.
Come on, divine intervention. 2 success.
You've got a choice now. You can either try flattening the plane's trajectory out once more, and then have to rush to the door to bail out, or you
Is
can just take
Deadbolt
the
naked
safe.
right now? Because he
Deadbolt's
was
in
in the
his boxers.
shower.
I think I... Okay, I was hoping I had at least pants, but okay.
I was like, dude, you get to skydive naked. What a day. What an experience.
Oh no!
Too
thing
many
is-
bits flapping about.
Okay,
They might
Gatto,
stretch out a little bit by the time you hit
are
the
you going to
ground.
try and just bail, or are you going to try and take the plane for one last attempt?
I'm going to try one more time.
Okay. Are you going to pre-edge or anything?
I don't have any more edge.
Oh, no! Okay, roll it.
And nobody has free fall, so somebody's definitely going to die on this one.
1 success.
With one success... That glide, you managed to slow it down a little bit until now. It fights you, and it starts spinning back again. You're going to have to rush to the exit now. There are a few seconds before you hit the ground. Deadbolt,
what state was
tag,
the pilot in?
Jade. Deadbolt, the pilot is currently trapped in the chair. The buckle is done. One arm is sort of severed around the wrist, a little bit farther up. The other arm seems to be broken roughly at the shoulder.
Does it look like there's... Like, am I able to get him out in the time we've got, or is it...
Well,
is
if
he
you're
do-
doing that, yeah, you could try. Make a sleight of hand check to just fiddle with the buckle quickly enough.
Is that palming?
Palming, yeah.
That's good. I'm good at that. 4 successes.
Clink! Belt flies off. You quickly grab the pilot, rush to the back, and try buckling them into a parachute.
Yeah, man, you guys are trying too hard here. These people are a lost cause. It's triage mode in here. Sometimes you just gotta let them burn.
Okay, so Gatto is
We're gonna
still
find out who did this, right?
Gatto is still fighting the plane right now. Tag, Deadbolt, Jade, Charles, and unnamed pilot are currently in the back. Are you ready to go?
Unnamed
So
pilot.
is our luggage doomed?
Yeah,
I have a
where's
lot
our
of valuable
gear at?
stuff here.
You've got your
All of
bags
us-
nearby.
I was gonna say, all of us have all of our gear here, so this could get really expensive really fast.
I have mine on my
I don't know-
backpack.
I don't know if we can like carry it with us, or could we just strap a parachute to the bloody gear? I don't know.
All of you make logic plus intuition checks. In the back, not Gatto.
All of
I've
us?
I've already failed that test.
Logic plus intuition. What's my logic plus intuition? 5.
Oh.
9. Okay. What am I rolling? Just
I got 3.
I'll just do it this way. What's the roll though? Is it extensive test? No, right?
Just a normal roll. So that is 3 hits. Okay. So, Deadbolt and Jade, I don't know what you've got around you, but you look at the bags. The bags themselves are waterproof, and they do appear to be
Deadbolt and I have
some
a moment
extent.
where we look at each other. I realize he's naked. We look at the gear. We like immediately just try to like put something on it.
It does have flashes across the top that are designed to be seen, like when hiking or taking gear around. And you do have inflatable, like dinghies and life rafts available in the craft should it go down in water. It's up to you if you want to try using any of those, but you've got like 12 seconds before you impact. Gatto's still fighting the plane.
I'll grab a life raft. Yeah.
Does the data jack tell me what we're currently flying over?
Yeah, you're currently flying over the North Sea. Well, it's not really the North Sea. It's a little bit lower than that.
Okay, then I'll tell everyone water. I can't form a sentence right now. I'm busy.
I'm glad I took that point in swimming now.
Deadbolt,
I'll just
Grab a
levitate
life
above
raft
the
and
water
whatever
like
else I
Jesus
can.
forever.
you hit the emergency button. You didn't watch the safety
I'm
video,
gonna
did
take one
you?
of those life raft seats with me. And
To
I'm
be
just
fair,
gonna-
you never said a safety video was playing.
True. Deadbolt, you hit the button and ding dong! Emergency water landing. All life rafts will be deployed as soon as the craft hits water. Please brace yourselves. And all available AR displays throughout the place start playing what to do in the case of a water landing. It
In
mostly
12
anticipates
seconds.
yeah.
Would it still be better to jump out and parachute first? I mean,
It depends what Gallo does for the landing. If he brings you in a glide, maybe.
so the door doesn't open when I press the button. Then
You can force the door open with the emergency bolts.
Yeah, it's like a big pry arm.
Yeah, it's like
Turn
a-
clockwise.
You pull the lever down and you push the door out.
11
I'm gonna put my
seconds.
hands on it and then go look at the others. I'm like, I mean, do I pull it?
10 seconds.
I thought we were jumping.
That's what I thought, but then it sounds like we're not. So I'm confused.
9 seconds.
You either do it or you don't.
I'm jumping.
With that,
Well, I
Jade
guess she
comes
makes for
forward
the door,
and
so I open the door.
the blast of air, Jade's sucked out. Deadbolt.
I
do you
have
wanna
like one of those like life raft, like from the seats. I grab that and I'm just like holding it while I'm jumping out.
Okay.
And I have the parachute on, yeah.
Deadbolt, do you want to go?
Yeah,
I jump out.
Tag?
I jump out too. Who has the gear?
It's on. We put it on the parachute with the life raft thing. That's what me and him were
Okay.
doing.
Did you guys push it out already?
I'll
Yeah.
kick that out before I go.
Okay, Deadbolt, I need you to roll me a free fall plus intuition check. It's a weird check, but it's to try and rig this so that it goes out properly.
Okay.
As I leave the plane, I cast levitate.
Okay, please cast levitate.
Being a mage sure is great, man. These normally fatal things for everybody else just don't matter. Like, I feel no tension whatsoever because I'm like, well, at least I'm going to survive.
Debo,
And maybe
you push
one other
out.
person.
You forgot to set the main parachute off.
Can I try to levitate that? Do I see it go out? Because I can levitate like 2 things at once, and that's like the best I could do.
Sure. The gear is fairly heavy, but yeah.
Oh, I can do like 150 kilograms per hit, so it's not too difficult.
Yeah, okay, you need like 1 hit, just.
Yeah. It's like crazy overpowered. So this one's going to be for me.
Deadbolt, do you jump out after him?
Yeah.
Gatto. 4 seconds to impact. You get out the chair, you leg it to the door.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna grab anything. I'm just jumping.
Make a gymnastics check to get to the door quick enough now.
Okay, so on me, there's a levitate spell that allows me to move upwards and downwards by 3 meters per like couple seconds, basically.
You would be able to slow your rate of descent just enough, the way you would go pop into the water rather than sploosh.
Okay, and then this one's going to be for the gear.
EE, am I rolling gymnastics flat or gymnastics plus body like you did earlier?
Oh, it'll be a gymnastics plus a agility to just try and get to the door quick enough.
And I'm
Oh,
able to
okay.
do 600 kilograms with that right there, so that should be good enough for the gear.
The gear,
2 success.
life raft inflates. 2 successes. You just manage to get to the door and jump out as the plane passes about 500 feet, 400 feet. I need Deadbolt, Jade, Gatto to make freefall checks.
Free fall. Oh, shit.
How far away from me are they? Can I see the
What's-
raft with the gear on it near me now? Can I like swim over to it?
Is
it free full body
you can do
this
that quite
time?
easily.
I'd like to spend
Actually, I got a
like,
levitate
I'd
spell,
like
so I'll
spend my
levitate to it.
edge.
It's more stylish to levitate to it. I don't
Sure.
get wet.
Okay.
1 success on the free fall.
How do if I do the edge, I can just re-roll the dice, right?
Yeah, so you can re-roll all your die, which is what for you?
2D.
One
I'm
die.
gonna-
No, it's 1. Your wound penalty is a -1. I've got free fall, so your default, which is a -1. You've got 1 die.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna edge that 0 I just rolled.
Sure, I'm sorry, you guys don't have magic.
Let's just say I have 2.
Man, I
Don't
don't think I'll
taunt
ever
us
play...
while we're dying. It's not fair.
Well, all I'm saying is, like, I don't think I'll ever not play a mage of Shadowrun again. You just have
Go-
all the solutions to all the
go on.
problems.
Deadbolt. Oh crap, oh crap. Which one's the harness? Which one? The little string with the pull is flapping around all over the place. Oh, Matrix, Comlink. Oh, yes. Beep. Few hundred feet above the ground. Gatto. Unfortunately, your threshold is slightly higher because you left late and you didn't get a particularly good jump. You jump out the door. You pull the tab, but only just before you hit the ocean. You have to take 12 stun damage with a AP of -6.
Woo!
Jade. You yank on the harness. You're just really like, crap.
Oh no, my
It's
parachute
not, it's
doesn't
not
work.
working. It's not working.
I'm just gonna keep saying that.
That's
my
not-
parachute's not working. It's not. Nothing's happening.
That's not actually the parachute handle. You've just been
shit.
yanking on part of the, one of the straps, just kind of in your desperation.
Yeah, the parachute feels nice and tight now.
Why don't they put
however,
a
you
button
did
on this
launch.
shit instead of a thing that flaps
We
all
did
over the
launch
place?
quick enough. You launched way before Gatto, so there's a chance that the auto parachute might happen because it's got a altitude button.
It's like, wow, the person who grabbed me didn't pull my trigger. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Jade. You barrel into the water. You also take 12 -6. So 12
On my
stun
AR?
with -6.
Do I see like life readings for any of them? Do we have bio
Say
monitors
5?
on anybody or anything like that?
No, 12 with a -6 to armor.
Okay.
It's a stun
I don't know how
damage.
it works. So
Okay, so what's your resist pool?
my resist, my what?
So what's your armor and what's your body?
My armor's 9.
Okay, so that'll be reduced to 3 because the AP, plus your body. So 3 plus your body. So you can just roll your soak pool with a -6 modifier if you want.
And my body's 3.
So you'll be rolling 6 die. Gatto,
Okay.
what did you do?
Yeah. So my soak was normally 15, but -6 would make it roll 9 die.
Roll 9 die.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Ooh,
3.
not bad, Shan. Oh, on my
Gatto,
screen
you
it came
take
up like
9
7
stun.
successes.
I think you're still conscious, aren't you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
9 stun? Yes.
You are still conscious. You barely hold consciousness as you end up a good 5 meters underwater. Swim back to the surface. Jade, you got 1 hit on your test, which means you're 12 reduced to 11 stun. Pretty sure that puts you unconscious.
yeah, 11 stun would put me unconscious.
Tag, you
I beat
see
0.
a good 30 meters away from you, the form of Jade splash into the water. It does
I see
not
her
look...
surface.
She...
Could I... never mind. I was going to be like, could I spend edge to reroll something?
Oh, you can spend a roll those if you want. You've got 5 spare die.
Yeah, I would like to do that. Roll...
As the pilot.
Doesn't have...
You take...
like, how's the
instead, you
pilot?
take 10.
Oh, I'm barely conscious. Like, barely.
There we go. Tag, you worry. She didn't surface. She didn't surface. And then...
The second I see her, I levitate her up in the air and over to the lifeboat.
Okay. You look up, by the way, and you all see Deadbolt. The parachute gliding down.
I
imagine,
feel like I
like,
wouldn't
James
have
Bond
that
music
expression.
playing.
I
Probably
mean, I'd
not.
be happy that I'm not dead or smashed into the water, but this is still the worst day.
So Gatto, can you make me a swim check?
Yeah.
And Deadbolt, as you land in the water with your parachute, make me a swim check as well. Yours is actually
Right.
a harder swim check because you might get caught up in your lines and drown.
I'm gonna levitate him before he hits the water, by
yeah.
the way.
Okay.
For
I don't really
Bentham.
roll any.
I'm
I
never
don't
going
really roll-
skydiving ever.
I don't really
This is
roll swim dice.
horrifying.
You don't really roll swim, sorry?
I can't roll any swim dice because of the wound penalties.
Can I see him? How far away is he?
Make a perception check. He's a little bit further away. He came out last.
Can I help look for him too?
Sure.
I'll just look for everybody, I guess. Just a basic perception, right?
Yeah.
Hey, 4.
Jade, you're having a
1.
hard time seeing through your wounds. It's kind of painful right now. Your entire body feels like it's been done with sledgehammers. Tag, you see Gatto in the distance, about 100, 120 meters away, and he is drowning. He is currently unable to swim.
Okay.
His orchid
So
head
is
is popping
Jade
above
in the
surface
boat
water.
right now? Is Jade in the boat?
Jade is in the boat. You've got Deadbolt coming over.
Since I can just barely see him, that means I got line of sight. I'm
Yep.
gonna levitate him up and out of the water and start bringing him towards the lifeboat.
Gatto, suddenly, you cough up a load of water you, like, almost had breathed in. I'm assuming he doesn't screw up the roll. There we go. Yeah, and you float over towards this life raft.
Well, this is nice.
This is why you want a mage. This is why you bring a mage. Mages are force equalizers.
Couldn't you have done this before I hit the water?
I can only levitate a couple things at a time because I start taking like -2 penalties for every next thing that I try to levitate. It adds up real quick, and I don't want to critically fail on a levitate cast. Knock myself out with drain.
Levitate
So
you
you're just like
downwards.
sitting over the side of the raft, like throwing up water, and
Oh, I'm
probably also
following
throwing
suit.
up.
I'm following suit. Coughing
we
up
see
way
any
too much
other-
water.
With that 4 perception, do I see any other rafts that have deployed from the ship after or from the plane after it crashed? Because it said it was deploying them on
Yeah,
impact.
you see 2 effectively emergency exit rafts and bits of the plane scattered about. You also see the corpse of the pilot whose parachute did not activate. And you see what appears to be floating down most of Charles Kane. But it looks like the
Ugh,
force
I-
of deploying the parachute has caused that abdominal wound slight tear, and one of the legs is hanging off by bits of sinew around the groin area and little strings of muscle.
Well, that's
So
a nice sight.
I levitate him out of the water and then I heal him. And just because we're out of time for the day to accelerate this, do I need to roll to levitate the rafts that are next to there over to us so we can lash it all together and have like a larger surface?
We'll get to
It's
that.
like when you go tubing,
That'll
you
be-
latch everyone's tubes together. Yeah.
That'll be next week. But if you could roll the heal spell first.
Yeah,
Sure.
Chat has the important question here, EE. Does Bentham still stink?
No, surprisingly not.
Edge this roll if you can, and we might actually maybe have him alive.
Yeah, might as well. I'll edge it. So that'll give me, looks like I had 5 successes on 12. Yeah, 5 on 12, so I got 7 dice still. And that's 1 more, so I got 6 successes. He heals 6p.
Okay. Because it's been a while, because he took a lot of damage, I'm going to roll his body to see if he survived. I rolled 3 hits on 4. Blood splutters out, water splutters out, but he is breathing and he's alive. With that,
Okay.
you're in the boats. Make perception checks, everyone.
Oh God.
I swear to
Well,
God, if that
that's-
dragon shows up and she's like, "What's up, bitches?" I'm gonna be
No.
like, "Oh, I hate you so much."
4 success.
2.
2.
Okay, Oscar, with your night vision, you spot
3.
a boat in the distance. It appears to be some sort of Navy or Coast Guard boat, like a pretty small one, like a patrol boat.
I astrally project and rocket over to it as fast as I can.
Okay. Gotta make an intuition check. Just flat intuition, because you don't have any applicable skills. Tag, you get over there, and you see there are 3 people on board. They all look...
No success.
No success. They look like they're here to check out the crash.
I manifest near the
Tag.
group, I guess.
Make me a intuition check as well.
Okay. Do I like double it or anything? Because that's not very many dice.
Just flat intuition, I'm afraid.
That wound penalty's a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No. So what you see as you come over is you see a guy standing on this front machine gun looking around. You see a guy driving the boat behind the controls, and a guy on the back standing there with an assault rifle looking over the side.
I'm gonna manifest out of their line of sight.
Kind of hard to.
And
It's open water.
they're looking in every direction all simultaneously. There's no
Oh,
blank
you
area in
want to
their
do that?
Overwatch.
Yeah, you can do that. It's
Yeah.
just it'll be tricky, but you can. And It seems to be
And as I do
stationary
that,
on
I'm
the
gonna
position
judge
side.
intentions as I manifest.
Okay, now you can manifest it. You can see that this is a boat from Met 2000, which they're the mercenary organization which Argus is a part of. They run Navy, Air Force, and Army as well. So they all have 3 sections. This appears to be the Navy section. And yeah,
Now that I know that they're allied with Charles, I
Roll
move
judge
over
intentions.
to the guy.
roll your judge
Yeah,
intentions
judge
first.
intentions. Okay. It might be a double cross. That's true. 2.
That is enough. The guy manning the machine gun is definitely manning the machine gun on the front of the boat, looking for targets. He sees the corpse of the pilot, who you weren't able to save.
I disappear the second I see that.
Okay.
And then I fly back to my body. I go back inside and I tell everybody it's a double cross. The bomb was set by Met 2000. They killed their own guy to cover up whatever happened here. There's a boat over there, but they're machine gunning the corpses, as you can no doubt hear because guns are super loud, especially large front-mounted guns on boats.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it seems to be
we-
some sort of
kind of-
heavy machine gun.
Go invisible.
We
Uh,
need that boat.
If everybody's in contact with the boat, can I cast invisibility on everything as a whole?
No, but you could make the boat invisible, and that's the biggest object.
And- It's the most orange. Yeah, I'll do that.
It also has a little emergency light beacons that you can quickly smother if you want to.
Yeah, I've got.
I'll work on that.
if you got spray paint or something. But yeah, I cast invisibility on the boat, and so
Wait, how's
that'll
that
be
count?
because it's bright orange, and is it daytime or nighttime right now?
Because it's like a -3 because it's an object which is synthetic, but that's still not a problem for you because you're a pretty heavy
Is it nighttime or daytime right now?
It's nighttime. It helps.
Okay. So yeah, just smother the lights, and then let's do this thing.
Have we got the gear with us at the moment?
Yeah, it's in the middle of the boat.
I grab a gun.
4 successes. So
Everyone, you are now looking down at the sea, which is slightly depressed around you in this weird concave bowl.
I tell them all, don't panic. I made the boat invisible so they can't see it.
I'm just trying not to pass out. I'm gonna mumble again. We need that boat.
Random bursts
Stay
of
quiet.
fire. Some fire comes in your direction and splatters into the water nearby.
I flinch downwards and kind of, I'm laying down on the boat and I just kind of duck downwards as the water hits. Like, I've got a rosary. I kiss it.
Some fire a little bit further off again. It looks like they're just probing. You hear a...
How?
Well, it would seem we have ourselves a situation. Jade, is there any kind of satellite connection or anything available here that can give us a GPS location?
I'm still like really out of it and having trouble even breathing, I guess, at this point, because I'm still pretty stunned at this moment.
I break out a slap patch, and I said,
Yeah,
Jade,
do we still have like edge healing or anything like that I could do?
No.
No?
I've got a rating 6 stim patch that I'm gonna slap onto her leg. Say, Jade, I need you to be focused right now. Otherwise,
Jade, you are suddenly focused. That is 6 points of your stun that disappears.
Oh,
Temporarily.
sweet. So let's. I have 4 left. Okay. Yeah,
on
I'm
top
like.
of that,
Go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
You said on top of that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna summon a water spirit.
What force are you going for?
Let's call it a force 3 for right now. That should be good enough.
Okay. So let me find my spirit calculator.
And I guess I'm doing a matrix perception or matrix search. Perception, right?
You have 2 tasks from it. Whichever you want. If you're looking for information, that would be a search.
I'm looking to see if there's any signals that I can use.
Okay, sure.
So maybe not information.
Tag, in front of you, out of the water, appears a human form wearing a sort of long, flowing dress.
I get to manifest my spirits. I get to say what they look like because I've done this.
Sure.
I've planned it out. For my spirit, let's see. This is going to be because I got to declare what kind of spirit it is, right?
You said water, right?
Yeah, it's a water spirit, and I don't remember what that is specifically. Oh, I wrote it down. Never mind. I'm awesome. It's a detection spirit, and so my detection spirit takes on it's the appearance of the fish that ate Jonah, basically. It's like a large whale, but probably shrunk down in size. So basically, it looks like a really small whale at force 3. Telepathically, I thank the spirit for arriving in my time of need, and then I ask the spirit to go and find someone to fetch us, but not the boat over there.
In theory, by the way, your spirit does have the power of movement and could aid the boat in moving.
Yeah, I was like, can't we just like strap ourselves on and use it like a...
Sure. Actually, I tell the spirit then, if the spirit's able to, we've got lashings and things inside the boat. I try to affix the little thing that we have to the whale, and I just tell him, swim, and then I'll update you where I'd like to go, spirit.
Edmund, son of the Lord God, I will do your bidding. And with that,
Thank you.
The spirit uses its movement power on the boat and begins to swim away, pushing the boat with it.
That is so sick.
And
I am
I'm not going to really need to
Aquaman.
roll. You've managed to evade the enemy so far. So what happens, because the movement power is actually pretty amazing, is you start basically being a 30, 40 mile an hour skiff, despite the fact you're only being pushed by one spirit. And you're going poof, poof, poof. In an invisible boat across the ocean at night, you do eventually successfully make landfall, basically a little bit south of Yorkshire, just a little bit below some nice towns over there. You can get fishing ships maybe. As the dawn rises and you start lugging your equipment out of the boat, the spirit at dawn.
Doesn't the patch wear off on Jade?
Yeah, she is
she'll-
unconscious before you get there.
Gotcha.
But with that, we are going to end the session for tonight. I know we're a bit over. I'm sorry about that. But hopefully you enjoyed. We have presumably questions and answers in abundance. But that was a fun session. I enjoyed that. And you did it fairly competently. It was a pretty good run.
I like how despite... I'll save it for after show.
There we go. Tag
hell of a
really getting
day.
to be the savior there. Saving all the people with the levitate spell. Who knew levitate could be so helpful?
This was definitely a tag bolt show for sure.
No, like if you don't have the levitate spell, I consider you to be a bad mage. Like you should just have that. Like levitate, every mage should have that, and stun bolt and mana bolt. Those three, like as long as you got some combination of those three, cool. You've got the basics.
It's been relevant every run so far. For
Yeah,
one
it's a
reason or
great
another.
spell.
Levitate
Trade
is really
fan-
Right,
good.
I don't
the
see
same
why it
way.
wouldn't
We
be.
keep finding ourselves in high dangerous places.
True. Anyway, we're going to end for the night here. Please do check out the Patreon, go check out the Twitter, go check out the subreddit. Feel free to go discuss what you think might be cool, spoilery stuff, or whatever you think might be happening next. If you're a Patreon, you can get access to the Discord, so go check in the Discord. But Shen, who are you, what do you do, and where will we find you?
Well, hi, my name's Shen. You can find me at youtube.com/Shenra2 and also twitch.tv/Shenra, where I've been playing Mass Effect Andromeda, also RimWorld and Crusader Kings 2. What's coming up tomorrow, though, are Utopia and what's the other one called?
Mandate of Heaven.
Mandate of Heaven. Thank you, EE. For Stellaris and EU4, so I'll be poking my head into those. What about Senor Splat? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm Splattercat, and I have youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming and Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming. I am a indie impressions channel, so if you like indie games, you like seeing weird little titles that are made by like 2 or 3 guys in their basements, a little passion projects and stuff like that. Every single day I've got 2 videos up. I try to give you a new game every single day so that I can destroy your wallet like it owes me money. And then other than that, I've got a few running LPs as well. So if you ever wanted to stop on in, that's where you find me. That's what I do, and I'll see you around. What are you doing right now, Maggie?
Oh, okay. I'm doing all kinds of stuff. So I have a variety channel, and you can find me at twitch.tv/MargaretCrone. Also YouTube, Twitter, all the things. Yeah, check out all my stuff. And I also play D&D and Edge of the Empire on twitch.tv/Lost Initiative Show on Wednesday and Thursday at 6 p.m. PDT. But yeah, that's kind of what I got going on.
Bentham, what about you?
You can find me on YouTube at Mangleport Gaming, and usually I'm playing some sort of Factorio or multiple different types, and I'm also at the moment working on Production Line and also Rodina. And I had an interesting video come out yesterday in which I basically... This year's April Fool's was that last year's April Fool's wasn't an April Fool's. That's how it's worked. Is great. And that's all I'm doing at the moment. What about you, E?
You can catch me over at youtube.com/Entralisium, twitter.com/Entralisium, and twitch.tv/Entralisium. Currently playing Domina, where you have a management game where you have to manage some gladiators. Tomorrow I'll be cracking out the Stellaris Utopia. Looking forward to that. Still haven't decided exactly what I'm going to play, but I'm sure it'll be fascinating. Hive Mind, the problem is you have to be like a biological ascendancy. I do gene editing all the time in Utopia.
And everyone really hates you, too.
That's true. But Hive Mind. Anyway, hopefully you enjoyed today's show. Thank you very much for watching. Please go spread the word. Go hit your friends. Go hit the people you hate. Get the people you don't really care about. Just tell everybody about the show. That'd be absolutely grand. And we'll, of course, see you on Friday for D&D. And, of course, more Shadowrun on Sunday. Until then, roll safe.
Roll safe. Don't crash planes if you don't have to.